Hi folks, I'm Alan Watt and this is Cutting Through the Matrix on the 31st of May 2020, and I hope you're all just hanging on and hanging in, but not hanging yourselves, hopefully, during all this chaos caused by the reaction to a virus. And as time goes on, of course, we're watching more pandemonium being created as part of this ongoing revolution that we're living through. The revolution was written about at the United Nations. It was written about from the Rockefeller Foundation. And it's been written about too from the Club of Rome and the World Economic Forum, constantly telling us that we'd have to go into sustainability for a new world order. And by the way, the United Nations has come out with an article called the United Nations New World Order, for those that like to joke about it. But they say it themselves. They always say it themselves from the horses' mouths, just like George Bush Sr. and Jr. both said the same thing. But everyone else is taught to just laugh at anybody mentioning it. Isn't it strange how this idea of conspiracy theory works on those of low intellect? They always jump at, it's a conspiracy theory, even though you can give them the exact same quotes from, and even the videos, in fact, from those who say it and bring it out at the very top, and presidents, for instance. But it doesn't matter, as I say, facts don't matter in the system we're going through right now. But we're living through it, and they keep telling us, look, you won't listen to us. You've got so many minutes to midnight to stop the world from just going into self-destruct with too many people, too many of you, actually. See, all of you, the peasant class. And everybody below a baron and a sir and so on was basically a peasant. And that's most folk, even the folk who think they're middle class, because they can go down just as quickly, believe you me, if they're not necessary. And again, you got to look into the past to get to the present and into the future. And George Orwell, of course, summed that whole thing up in 1984. Because they controlled the past, and if you control the past, you can control the future and the present. In fact, in the present, you can rewrite the past if you want to as well, which they do all the time. We're living through this all. In fact, there's never been a time like right now, with this COVID lockdown and the complete censoring across the whole internet and social media by the new information czars, unelected czars, and a totalitarian system. Naturally, it really is. But you can watch articles disappearing in real time when you're looking them up, if you can even get to them, because they shadow ban and you time out and all that, try to get to different articles that have been there for years. And they just disappear eventually, rather quickly, in real time, as they go all out with this war on free speech and free thought and free exchange of ideas. You can only get their ideas that are authorized at the top from the czars and their teams, but not from anybody else, or even from yourself. I've looked up stuff I've said in the past myself. I can't find it either, but there you go. It's quite amazing, isn't it? The times we're living in. It doesn't surprise me, because I've been waiting for it for a long time. Because I did study, and I really did. I didn't, not like the person who copies my bio. I really did study from a very early age, and went to the library and found the old books and so on. Excellent libraries they had in Britain and Scotland. And especially in the old reference libraries. Even in school, you could dig up some, because we didn't chuck the books out then. They didn't have what they call the weeding, the social librarian weeding that they have today, where they weed out books that are now politically incorrect. You had different versions of history that were more in tune with what really happened at the time when I was in school. And right down to money, it was fascinating when you're about 7 years old or 6. And you start thumbing through a school textbook meant for young children, very young, about money and armies and empires. Because empires just don't come out of nowhere. It's going to have structure and management and an organization to manage it all, right down to quartermasters and so on. that dealt with supplies for the armies and so on. And where'd they get the money from? Well, they told you in the book, and it went right back into ancient Rome and before, and it's fascinating to see the peoples who went along with the armies and dished out the food and kept accounts, and then went back to the emperors in Rome and so on, or the Senate, to get all the money paid back to them. Nothing's changed. It's just astonishing. Life is really rather simple, because it all comes down to economics, eh? And we've been living in an economical system, like a monetary economic system, for an awful long time. It's so far removed from any natural little tribal collectivist society. The collectivist society they're trying to bring us in today is a global society, but it's a socialist type, run by really those who are the successors of Marxism. Maybe the third or fourth generation of Marxists, and they call themselves progressives now, if you haven't figured it out. And they use all of the techniques that Marx talked about using, and then they were refined again by Trotsky, and then with the revolutionaries in America too, like the Weather Underground, and so that further restructured how to have revolutions and fragmented revolutions within society of different groups all combating each other to get to a particular goal, and how you create it and use it. All that kind of stuff's going on right now to an amazing degree across the planet, and folk never figure out who's behind it. They've got little clues where you see certain peoples cropping up all over the place, just like now we do when you look at the CDC. And you can see Fauci at the CDC. You can see Fauci too at the Institute, of course, for infectious diseases and allergies and so on. And we see Fauci again dealing with the WHO, the WHO, and so on. It's the same names cropping up all over the place, and again it's Fauci who decides what medications you're going to get, and he advocates who they're going to be. And there's definitely what you would call it, he's not impartial. He's not impartial enough to be advising what we should have, since he's too closely affiliated with these companies, these corporations, that are going to churn out the medications and the vaccines and so on. I mean, at one time we used to call these folk gangs. It's much better and pleasant term to use. It's very short, gang, quite easy to understand. And in the gang, you'll have the leaders of one part of the gang, but specialized lieutenants that would deal with other facets, like, for instance, vaccinations and so on, and big pharma companies. And then other ones that would deal with the government. We call them fascism, really. When it's fascism, running government, it's really making sure that governments and agencies work together with the government, technically, to make everything to work together, to make it work. But in reality, is to force it upon the public. That's what fascism really is, when governments are in bed with big private corporations and the money boys at the top that dish out imaginary money. It's not even just paper or plastic anymore. It's just blips on a screen. A good magic act, a really good magic act. But we're living through amazing times through magic, isn't it? Because most folk haven't a clue what's real anymore, what isn't real anymore. Let's get back to revolution, right? And the New World Order of the United Nations, and sustainability, and again the World Economic Forum. All these big groups all attend the World Economic Forum, all the corporations, all the top members of the WHO, the CDC, the Club of Rome, and every other group out there that runs their lives, and Rockefeller Foundation and so on. They all go to this WEF, you see. And they decide, with the futurists, how they're going to run the next part of their agenda. Not our agenda, because we don't have one. But they follow their agenda. It's forced upon us. And it's announced to the public just like it comes down from heaven. Even the idea of the World Economic Forum in Switzerland, in Davos, you always think of it in the mountains, you see. You get a picture in your mind of the mountains, and just like in ancient times in Sumer and so on, and they'd put food up into the caves and the hills and that, because that's where the gods lived, you see. and they put the food up there and ask for the blessings, and it was always up on high, something above you, you see. But today you imagine it too, like the Ultima Thule of the high Nordic mountains you see in Switzerland, and way up yonder they all meet on the top of the world, the World Economic Forum. And the overlords, that none of them are elected, of course, because they've conned the public that somehow they're a natural appendage to government. They graft themselves on. But they go there and they decide your future. I'm always astounded how folk can say, we're democratic, we're progressive. Well, progressing towards what? Right? Whose progression are you progressing towards? Because you certainly are not told, most folk aren't told about it. The leaders of all the radical groups are well paid and funded. I mean, they get salaries as like CEOs of corporations, or like the leaders of these radical groups, If you don't know that, they get lifelong pensions and everything. Incredibly well organized. And if you think they're not part of the Mossad, the CIA, MI6, you better think again, because this strange organization called the CIA has been running the world since the end of World War II, really, and overthrowing countries and nations and plundering countries too for the rich men in their own countries. This is how empires really work, you see. But yeah, back to Davos, and you're thinking about them, and they're way up there having their meeting, and they're having big, massive, it's never mind the money that gets them there. And the money, it's not meant for the average Joe. It costs a fortune to get a hotel for the night, or a room, or even a little slum for the night, I suppose. You can maybe bribe the person to get a St. Bernard out the kennel, and then get in there for the night. But no, it's for the rich, you see. And they don't want the peasants around there. But they decide what they're going to do in agreements, and they draft. And again, by the way, most of these big corporations have got their hands out to governments for handouts and public-private partnership deals, energy commissions, all these kind of things. And so here we are. The people who are going to pay for it all are the general public of the planet. We're not allowed to we can't get there, you see, and get a ticket to get in or in. But these people at the top that live off of us, like parasites at the top, with their big think tanks and their big bureaucracies, just like civil servants for each company, that's what they have, decide how we're going to live. And of course, they'd always make sure that we're going to be dependent on what they actually have and what they preside over. You see, whatever, like energy supplies and all that kind of stuff. And we're supposed to all follow along. And most folk do. They never think about it at all. They think it's somehow natural. I mean, if you suddenly notice a third arm growing out your chest, would you think that was natural? Well, how come these organizations just appear, and then you hear it repeated on the news, and you'll see important people there, and you think somehow it's quite natural that this new appendage to all is making decisions that we're all going to have to live by or die by, you see. And strangely enough, just like Bill Gates, and just like the Lucky Gene Club, I like to call it, because that's what they used to call themselves, the nickname for them, when they meet together, the eugenicists, the richest people and all that, and the influencers of society. Oprah was a member of it too. And the Influence Society, you see. They're the persuaders, you see. But here they are, the same people are the WEF, and they're quite open about their agenda. Too many people. And so what we've got to do, and the UN repeats the exact same stuff, because it's one clique with a lot of faces, folks, like the different departments, United Nations. It's the same group, really, with different faces, Forget Janus. You see, Janus is the old God idea, and much more than just that, of the one who looks forward and rules in front of them and sees and rules, but also behind him he's got another face looking backwards as well. If you can imagine just a circle of them with all different kinds of names, looking outwards and inwards, And you got the WEF and the Club of Rome and you've got all the different organizations and all the big foundations there. And you have also the big top corporations all around it as well. The education committees and the UNICEF and blah, 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 blah. It's just a club with specialized branches, that's all. But they all meet and they're all on board with the same. Too many people, too many of you. And they would like to bring down the population of the planet to fit their goals of a wonderful future for themselves and their own progeny, you see. Their progeny is worth it because they have better genes than you. And they know that. If you look into the eugenic societies and how they formulated the better types and inferior types. And the better types, you can't just join their club. They're quite brazen about what it took to join their club. You had to prove that you and your mother and your father had at least 7 generations before you of good breeding, you see, who'd always interbred with the better families, and had the proper, and they kept on the straight and narrow. They didn't go into drugs or booze or whatever. They kept an even keel in society, and they had their children, and they would run the militaries, they would run the armaments companies, they would run the big corporations, all that kind of stuff. But they'd always marry within their own groups, and they were they were sticklers about it, keeping tabs on genealogies in the families, to see if there are any bad genes or, 7 generations ago, Uncle so-and-so was a great-great-uncle so-and-so was a bit of a lush, and things like that, you see. And they literally talked about that. They actually talked about that in their little meetings and their little tittle-tattle behind each other's backs, because there's always a bit of rivalry amongst them at the top, you see. But they all knew each other's families' histories. Astonishing. That's how the British upper class were. And the British upper class often had kind of immigrated into the country and married very, very, very broken down lords and so on, who lost their money through gambling and because they were not fit really to run anything. But nothing's really changed. You see, that's how the eugenic societies were formed. And I've mentioned it before with the histories of Charles Darwin. And he was one of many, his family was one of many families that were already practicing specially selective breeding within certain families that they claimed, or they really thought, through their constant checking of genealogy, that they had the better chance of a more superior offspring than the general population that married it because they liked the shape of some girl's ankle, back in those days. And so they'd arrange their marriages. Yeah. There's many ways to look at it, because psychopaths can also marry psychopaths, or the offspring of psychopaths. And it's true, they've done studies on that too, and found out that going way back, you could find that the really nobilities came out of warrior classes that were really families that started to slaughter families round about them. You had a big family, you see, and you start slaughtering, you take them over, and all the peasants underneath them then were yours. And you got a bigger base to draw an army from, and you'd build it up and build it up. But the leaders, you would marry some other psychopath's daughter, you see, another warlord's daughter from either your own country or a different country, and amalgamate. You see, that's how they accumulated wealth and so on. It's quite an old history, but that's how it used to be for many, many centuries. And we saw it too, going way back into the pharaohs, where they often married their sisters, for instance, to keep everything. You had the proper blood, right? So you didn't want to marry inferior blood, and so you called yourself a god, and you'd marry your sister, the goddess, and have children, little goddesses and gods and stuff. Maybe it's godlings, for little ones. But anyway, it's interesting to see how it's always been much the same. And even when they tried to put a scientific spin on it, like they did with the Darwins, and the Darwins just married for generations into the Wedgwood family. They're well known for their ceramics and pottery and so on. But they kept marrying, and so much so that I think it was when Charles's wife died. He then married his wife's mother or sister or something. But they kept, all they did was marry into the same families over and over and over. And of course, then you end up with unfortunate traits as well that are very predictable. Because all of the Huxleys too, who were also related to the Darwins later on, you'd find they'd all have terrible headaches and things like that, and depressions. Even Julian Huxley used to have depressions, came on him. But they got it all too from Darwin's bulldog, and of course that was Thomas Huxley. It was. He was called Darwin's bulldog. He took over when Darwin died and pushed the whole idea of eugenics and superior breeding and giving it a scientific slap instead of the usual blue blood stuff, to make it more scientific. If you quote things in science or the terminology of science, it seems more real and more genuine. Put it that way. Credible. So that's what they use for it. So right down to the day, you find the same things going on. The same people, right? The same people with the same agendas that they had centuries ago, who now believe it's time to have the great leap forward and get rid of all the peasant stock that they don't need anymore. So much so, they say they could even recreate a peasant stock genetically if they really had to. It isn't just, you've heard about the arcs that they have, right? And back in the 90s, we gave talks on this, about the arcs that they have. They have one in the States in Louisiana, and another couple inside the States, other ones across the world. But these scientists, and they have scientists in charge of them lifelong, these arcs. And it isn't just seed for plants that they have. They actually have the semen and the ovum of different animals, all animals and humans, by the way, in cold storage. And every so often they take them out of cold storage and will bring and actually fertilize them and then insert them into other mammals. They have all this documentation. It's fascinating. And they can actually bring whatever mammal it is to term. By using a different kind of animal as a mother to bring it to term. And they've been awfully successful. And years ago, I put up links on the documentaries that were put out about them by themselves, because they did that back then. And they said it was for a great catastrophe, like an end-of-life extinction experience that could happen. And they gave all the different scenarios, like a nuclear war or again, a disease that would wipe out most of humanity, where the elite would live underground and blah, 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 and survive. But then they could come out and then repopulate the planet, including a working class stock that they could basically create there from sperm and ovum that was frozen. Just astonishing what they've done to make sure that they can survive for themselves, you see. It doesn't matter if most of the people just perish. In fact, they'd be quite happy in this day and age if most folk perished. And they're rather outspoken these days about that. But now it's always put under sustainability. It's for the good of the planet, and it's for the good for the animals. Just too many folk competing with animals and yada yada yada. So it sounds again all scientific. It's always for the betterment and the good of something. You see, whatever they do to you. It's always for the good, the greater good. And they never come out and says, we just want to get rid of you, for goodness sake. So they couch it in nice, cozy documentaries and things like that. Nice, wonderful. We're here to help you. And bring on different university graduates or professors that dedicated their life to helping. You just don't realize that. No, it wasn't for the money, it wasn't for the power and all the prestige, and it wasn't so that they get picked for survival for themselves when the rest of us go down the tube. No. These professors that come out openly now saying it's time that the people around 65 just died and took euthanasia. The professor in Australia, they trot him out every few years, They give these talks on television, apparently. I've only seen clips that folks sent me. But he gets all the publicity he wants because he's a spokesperson for those at the top. And they do their best to persuade you. It's for the greater good, that you should collect that pension. And you've had a good life, you know. You've watched lots of television. They give you lots of good TV programs to watch most of your life. That's what you did with it. And then you emulate what you saw on TV. And if you didn't have any children, you were really good, you see. But even if you were very good, they still want you to just self-annihilate at the age of 65, leave the pension money, because the government then could use it for good scientific endeavours for the future of the planet and those that are chosen to live on it. So this is how it really is, folks. I'm using a bit of a satire to put it across, but the satire is completely loaded with the truth. You're so used to being talked to like a child. And you can present anything through a good documentary using psychologists and behavior. You can put something across in no time at all and have most of the folk having tears in their eyes. And at the end they'll say, okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, we do sign on for elimination at 65. I'm not kidding you. It can be done. It can be done. You have no idea the power of the television. And George Orwell talked about it too, you know, that the TV could convince people of anything and to do anything or behave in any way that they wanted them to. Yeah. It's been done. But the folk don't know. And so getting back to the third arm sticking out their chest, what's that thing called, the World Economic Forum? Well, again, you don't vote for it. It is created itself. The rich folk of the earth create it for themselves. And you don't matter, you don't count, because these are the ones who are going to make the changes in the world. Not you little peasant, and all you do is change the channel on your TV. But these folk literally decide what you're going to get in TV and what you're going to believe and not believe, and how you'll behave, and what's good behaviour and what's bad behaviour. And what they're going to teach the children. Yeah. Not to have any children either, you see. Good. Yeah. But you can, unfortunately, it's so true, you're so well understood, as I've said so many times, and studied more minutely than any animal or ant has been studied. And more, there's studies going on, even now under the COVID thing. We look at the billions getting thrown at different endeavours of university psychological operations and so on, and studies and all kinds of things to do with us during this pandemic. It's just astronomical. It's amazing. It's amazing. Because you see, that's how you rule the world, is by understanding the peasantry. And to if you put if you get the peasants in a room and you walk the tiger into, they'd all freak out right up. Naturally, it's a natural response, you see. But they find other ways of doing it that won't elicit the same kind of fear. They could train you to go up and cuddle that tiger. You see, if they wanted to do that, they could do it. You've seen the people. I've done the articles years ago. There's a woman, and I think was it Canada or was it Alaska? I can't remember. But she took her two children. She was a greenie, into greenie, hugged the trees, and Disneyland makes you love all the animals, you see. And her daughter, when they saw a bear, her daughter ran towards it, and the bear swiped her and killed her. And the son went to try to help the daughter, and he got hit as well. And then a few days later, they talked to the mum. And she says, I don't want the bear to be put down, She says, it's not the bear's fault and so on. And the saddest thing was she couldn't see it was her fault, because you don't let children go and run towards and cuddle bears in the wild. Anyway, I mean, that's they get that from TV. They really think it's a cuddly Disney World out there. These animals, have you seen bears fighting each other? Whoa. You won't want to be around that. Each swipe could put whole slashes through a house in seconds. Just woof, 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 woof. They wouldn't even notice it, the bears. So you don't go and cuddle them, They're wild animals. Leave them as they are, and give them a good birth. They'll give you a good birth too in the wild. That's how you do it. But no, you can convince the people of anything, and unfortunately, it really does work with the people. They're almost ready to sacrifice the children and themselves to the nice bears, you know. You understand? Don't look at any particular problem or event in one direction, unidirectional. Look at it from different angles, because there's many things you're seeing at the same time there. How did that mother allow the children to do it? Why did the mother allow them to even go and run towards it? What was the mother thinking? What was her impression of what a wild bear is like? Where did she get that impression? Huh? Now, if you pushed a child towards a bear and it got mangled, you'd be up in a charge. But to train children to run and want to cuddle bears in the wild from television, nobody gets up in a charge for that, do they? That's the power of persuasion, again, through very, very expert videography, coupled with the soothing voice. You always have these soothing voices talking over in the documentaries they churn out. Canada's quite amazing for the women who do these documentaries. You never see them generally, but there's certain ones with a certain voice and accent they use. And Canada is famous for using them for 25, 30 years. And they talk in a certain, it's not a monotone, but it's lower than the average woman's voice. And they can talk at a very paced like that, hypnotic. And a little bit of music at the back there to put you into the alpha state. And which is hypnotic, you see. And TV will do that for you, go into alpha state. And then the voice is just hypnotically paced and mentioning and you're getting sucked into it. And with the music and the tempo of the music, which will vary according to the scene. And when they give you the nasty thing of a poor bear that's lost his home because someone's moved in that area or whatever, then the music will change and dun 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 to this man dun 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 dun, you see, and then they'll show you a clear-cut part of a forest from the 1950s, which they don't do anymore. But they always show the same thing when they want to train the radicals, you know, a radical generation like the Antifa movement. That's what they brought up on in school. Make sure they see that kind of, oh my God. There you go. It really works wonders, doesn't it? It really does. You always create the society you want for the next 20 years. You start now for the ones you want in 20 years' time. They'll be young adults and fully trained, fully indoctrinated. They'll have a common opinion for every topic. They'll have the same uniform opinion because they've been trained that way. There's never been a time in history when you have so many people at the age of 20 all saying the same things, believing in the same things. It's never been done to this extent before. Before they've tried it for revolutions. They know it works. And you train them for the Bolshevik revolution. You make things as bad as possible with wars and famine and so on to make it worse so that folk will revolt. And you train them that you're going to work for a better utopia for the future, and they jump on it. The young always fall for the same things, you see. They never realize that once the revolution's over, those who really wanted the revolution to occur go after the leaders and annihilate them. That's standard. For those, it's a little warning for those who are doing it right now. They don't realize this. But that always happens. And you find too that Bezmenov, who was the ex-Soviet spy that came out in the 70s and 80s and talked about it, and the cultural espionage. It was cultural espionage. It was successful. That's all you had to do was destroy the culture. The Frankfurt School knew that too, but but Bezmenov said that the leaders that agitate and do the agitprops and so on, and they do the organization for the riots and all that, they really think that it's going to be a wonderful system. But when they find out the conquerors don't give them the wonderful system, that there's a different agenda there, they start complaining, and so they get wiped out because they won't shut up. That always happens. But that's what we live in. It's a world of constant intrigue run by powerful institutions, well-funded institutions, so well-funded, in fact, that most folk are completely misled as to who runs it all. That's a beautiful trick of, say, the CIA. It has so many revolutionary forces across the world on the go, all age groups too, that and always disguised under political reform parties or revolutionaries or whatever, that the folk never catch on to the true functions. Even the folk who participate and actually do the fighting never really catch on. And that's why you have the old movies and even modern ones about the disillusioned freedom fighter when they find out it's all bogus. Everything's run by the masters of disruption. Because that's how you have control, is by causing disruption. You guide the disruption. You cause it to happen. You guide the outcomes of where you want it to go, the thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. And you can't fail by doing things that way, you see. Can't fail. It's done all the time. But the beauty of it is that it's so well camouflaged that even those who participate never really catch on to the bitter end as to who's really behind it and what it's really for. And to get great change for those who rule the world already, you must always plan the change, manage all sides to force the change on them, and all combating forces too, and then bring them into the new system that you planned at the very first, because it wouldn't have happened by itself. Folk are quite happy generally by the way things are. Even if they moan and they complain, they're generally quite happy the way things are. And you see it now with the agenda for the whole 21st century, with its different parts, 2015, 2030, etc., different segments of it, where things must be accomplished in each segment throughout this century. They mean it. They mean what they say. And you have to go back to the old idea of no private property. No private property. I used to get kind of excited when I realised that Freemasonry, for instance, the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, and Albert Pike talked about it was the curse of private property. And then you found that Karl Marx, of course, wanted the abolition of private property and marriage as well. And so they give you what they'll call as a slightly different, a more watered down version. We'll just call it socialism, national socialism, which is just the same thing again. It gets you it takes a longer trek to get there. That's what Stalin also said. That he said, what is socialism? What is communism? He says communism is socialism in a hurry. Just a quick revolution, and then you've got it. Then you can call yourself socialist if you want to. You've had the revolution. Was a Fabian Society set up in Britain and funded by the richest folk on the planet at the time, like the Astor families and others. They're all part of it, and Rothschilds, because they own all sides. You got to own all sides if you want competing and conflicting parties that will fight and push and argue to get changes, because you plan the changes. And you get them to argue it out in parliaments and so on. This party versus that party, and you bring the desired conclusion along, you see. That's how it's done. Folk never catch on to it at all. But the Fabian Society literally boasted, if you get the old books from it, when George Bernard Shaw and H.G. Wells were the top members at the time, amongst others, of course. They had lots of correspondence with the Soviet Union, the early Soviet Union too, and they boasted they had a direct line to the desk of Lenin and then Stalin, and then of course then Trotsky, and then they had a little tiffs. You still see the old letters from Trotsky addressed to them if you bother to read through them. Most folk don't read this stuff, but it's interesting to see the slanging matches. We've got a slanging match where they'd criticize each other because Trotsky wanted instant rebellion and stop this playing the political game to achieve your goals by the Fabian, meaning the slow technique. Just have a revolution, but they wouldn't go along with it. They were tempted at times to try and go along with it, but they didn't think they'd get away with it at the time. And they couldn't get the public ready for revolution so quickly. So they did the same with Germany, of course. Germany, you find lots of articles put out by the top Soviets at the time, who, before World War II, and even leading up to World War I, they hoped to bring Germany into a revolution for communism, as they were going to do with Russia, with the Bolsheviks. And they thought we'd be having a revolution. They tried a couple of ones which failed there, but when you read how they analysed the data when it all failed, they said that the German people, even though they're mainly working class people, very robust and hard-working people, they just wouldn't fall for this idea of a communist system. A lot of them were still religious, by the way, in Germany. And so they couldn't get them to just overthrow their governments, and they really hated it when the Germans would take up arms when told to go and fight for the country. They hated them for the working class for doing that. I never forgave them for that. And of course, Britain also had little revolutions that they attempted at the time in London, and you can still see the old photographs of Winston Churchill in his big top hat at the time, with policemen standing with shotguns around a building near the quay in the Thames, where the communists had hoped to get revolution started, were holed up. But it's quite amazing when they were doing that. They always have the standbys, the trusty method of doing it, which is the Fabian technique of slow incremental changes. Until, after World War II, Britain went into World War II giving the excuse to the public, because you always get excuses, never the truth, of why they were going to fight Germany. But they were going to fight, supposedly, to save their way of life and their culture and their traditions and everything, And so they're going to fight National Socialism, which was Germany, the National Socialist Party. And at the end of World War II, supposedly the victors, that were worse off than Germany, in fact. Germany got on its feet far faster too, with economic aid from all the countries, and through the United Nations and the World Bank. They got Germany on its feet much faster. But Britain emerged from World War II as a National Socialist country. The very opposite of what it was fighting initially. So you understand, you're taken for a ride when you lose your sensibilities and you start parroting propaganda. And you start believing in the propaganda. You've lost your sensibilities. You won't actually see what's really happening. And the folk don't see what's happening as they go through, let's save ourselves. They lose all sensibilities when it's panic mode, where it's a pandemic or it's a war. You're all going to die, give up your rights and freedoms, do what you're told, and starve yourselves through rationing and obey. And they all do it dutifully. They never fails. Hitler mentioned that too, so did Stalin. And Stalin was more vocal about it. The techniques work so well for terrorizing the public. Get them to obey you to save their lives, and then you do whatever you want with them. It never fails, but folk always forget. Most folk lose their sensibilities right off the bat. They really do. And then remember the Green Party. I've got her article somewhere, quite a few years ago, in Britain, where she said that she looks back with nostalgia at the way her parents and so on put up with World War II and the Blitz in London, and they seemed so happy and resolute to get through it, even though they were on terrible rationing and starvation. But everybody obeyed the law and they did what they were told, and that's what appeals to those in power, when you do what you're told and obey them, and put up with all kinds of hardships which you shouldn't be putting up with in the first place. Nothing changes. And what's that got to do with anything today? Well, you're going through it again. If you really think this pandemic just came out the blue, fine, you can toss that up in the air and argue about it forever if you want to. But the preparations for it certainly did not. And you can't, I keep saying this, in the 1990s, the Project for a New American Century, the PNAC group, that eventually got in with George Bush, and in the 90s, when they met more informally, even though some of them were in governments at the time too, they wrote the list out, the list of countries they wanted to invade and take over and plunder across the Middle East and so on, in Asia. And we've been doing that ever since, actually. And they got little George Bush in there, and the same members, of course. And 9/11 happened. They even said it in their articles. They need something to get the first thing you must do is get public opinion on your side. You must get the support of the people if you want to go to war, you see. So they said they would need something on the scale of a Pearl Harbor event. Well, no one's going to complain about the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. Of course, there's lots of things about that, but regardless, they did attack it. And that's what you need to go to war, you see. And bingo, I mean, literally, within 2 years, or 1 year, they got what they wanted. 9/11 happened. Well, luck for them, eh? They actually say to get all this agenda done, eh? You would need a Pearl Harbor event to galvanize the people to be behind you for war. And bing, they get it. They get it. And then all your freedoms get tossed, not just in the US, but across the planet. Everybody's in the same mode. Oh, we're all allies. Oh, let's all sign the same things into law. Let's use high technology to censor speech and monitor the people. Let's build big, almost cities to collect all the data and for everybody's chit-chat, etc., like the NSA and all the organizations they're using. I mean, and then you train the people not to mind it. And sure enough, eventually they get used to it. Do you ever wonder why folk put up with the Soviet Union for so long? They got used to it. We can get used to pretty well anything. You get used to it. Doesn't mean it's right or proper. And they know it too, that once you get, say, 20 years of constant surveillance and facial recognition and all thumbprints, iris scans, they can push it to the next step because they've all accepted it. It's normal. You normalize anything. It's a new normal. I came out with a new normal years ago, and here's another new normal you're going through now, because here's the second phase of it. And so at the World Economic Forum, you have all these big industries and the electronic companies, and they all work with them. They're all part of, by the way, of the military-industrial complex, all these different ones that are going to churn out your bracelets and apps and so on for monitoring you for COVID and all that. Can you get out your house? Can you not get out your house? You've got to get this app, yada. These are the same people who are part these people are part of the military-industrial complex. Each corporation that you hear is a part of it. And so they get big money from the taxpayers again, because you're in a fascist society, and then they make more chains for you, and you'll adapt into it as well. Well, I can't go. I have to go to that flight. I forgot to get my app upgraded for my immunity passport and blah, blah, blah. And that will be common phraseology given 3 years from now. Here's one example right here. One of many, actually. Just with the bracelets alone, never mind the apps that they have for your phones. And of course, everybody's going to run towards it. I've got to get the app on my phone. And give it snob appeal, and give it more. What to buy this one is expensive. I mean, it's a better one than the commoner's one. Folk are really pretty dumb, you know. You really see it coming out in times like this, like these. Anyway, this one here is coronavirus monitoring bracelets. Flood the market. Ready to snitch on people who don't distance. Wow. There you go. And that's what they've even got them for factories, by the way. And adapting them so that they'll go off with alarms if you're closer than 6 feet away. Even I've got articles here today where in Britain, I think elsewhere, they're dropping it to maybe 3 feet's okay away. You know, is it just the magic slide rule? It's all magic. It's nothing to do with reality or science. So anyway, here they go. It's the surveillance firms around the world are licking their lips at a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to cash in on the coronavirus by repositioning one of their most invasive products, the tracking bracelet. That's the one that Tam in Canada is pushing. Of course, you mentioned that years ago. Been interesting to find out how many at the top have got shares in the products as well, by the way. They'll be given shares, I'm sure, to promote them in their own countries. Body monitors are associated with criminality and guilt in the popular imagination. The accessories of Wall Street crooks under house arrest and menace to society parolees. Unlike smartphones, de facto tracking devices in their own right strapped on trackers are expressly designed to be attached to the body and exist solely to report the user's whereabouts and interactions to one or more third parties. They don't play podcasts or tell you how many steps you took that day to sweeten the surveillance. It says, but a climate of perpetual bio-anxiety has paved the way for broader acceptance of carceral technologies, with a wave of companies trying to sell tracking accessories to business owners eager to reopen under the aegis of responsible social distancing and to governments hoping to keep a closer eye on people under quarantine. And it goes on and on. But that's this one example, and that's from Global Research. And it's a longer article, of course, but I know they're also putting into them more data, and of course they report to you if you're out of. You see, they put you into a certain area, which of course all totalitarian systems do eventually. And of course, under Agenda 21, they don't want you moving outside your area that you live in. Huh? Did you know that? I hope you know that. Under the agenda for the whole 21st century, they actually mentioned eventually they'll phase out all privately owned vehicles. And but you'll be locked down basically, with or without pandemics, in your own little area. That's more tidy that way. If your masters like it to be tidy and efficient, you understand. And if you're taking time off to go holidaying across the countryside, that's awfully untidy. And you should do what you're told and be good and stay in your own little area where you're monitored and your little bracelet won't go off. But that's what I'll get. I mean, this stuff really is all for this is never going to go away. I hope you understand this. They're licking their lips at the top, and just like the 9/11 with the incredible surveillance laws that they just rammed down everybody's throats without an asking, do you mind? It's never going to go away because it's so lucrative. We're slaves, you understand. We are slaves. And as far as those at the top, the WEF, the World Economic Forum, are concerned, and the Club of Rome, we're obsolete slaves. We really don't have any rights because they don't need us anymore. They're only suffering us. We're in sufferance at the moment. That's how they put up with us. Not because they really want to, and they don't really need us so much now. You see, they really don't. And they planned the great leap forward into the future, into their modern utopia that they keep telling us all about. That's just for themselves, with a vastly reduced population, like the Georgia Guidestones prattle on about, and that people like, Jacques Cousteau is one, and David Attenborough, but Jacques Cousteau was awfully good about it. He said quite openly, when in between, cuddling his fish and everything, he mentioned that they'd have to kill off 140,000 people a day, every day, rapidly, over the normal death rate. To bring the population down over so many years to a more acceptable level. I guess to get more room for his fish and things, I suppose, Yep. And they always give you these same characters. They're all eugenicists, We look at the organizations they belong to. But they always put them in getting the children to like them. Because the children follow the heroes, you see. And that David Suzuki in Canada, he said we were maggots, actually. We're just maggots living on the droppings of a higher evolved maggots above us, you see. That's what he said, eh? And David Attenborough has been very blatant about it. They made him a sir for being so blatant about it, which tells you a lot right off the bat, too, of who runs the show at the top. And Prince Philip's organizations, of course. Eh? But it's astonishing what we live in, and how people hear everything that they should be wary of. They hear about it and should take action, but they don't. They can't mean what they say. Do you understand that that happens before every terrible catastrophe in history? Oh, they wouldn't do that. Nobody would do that, you know. When you look at the Crusades were horrific, horrific ordeals for every side that took part in it. And yes, you had the Muslim invasions in Spain, so you got them driven back again and so on. But then you had them following on to that, thinking they go into the Holy Lands and really quell Muslims and so on, and do a bit of plundering at the same time. That's always beneficial to those involved. But some of the cities that Christians were holed up in when they were conquered over in the Middle East, they would take the women and then behead everybody that was left. You know, like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people get beheaded, and the Christians did the same thing in some of the cities. They took over, and I guarantee you, when the cities surrendered eventually, the people would all be looking at each other, thinking, "What are they going to do? They're going to kill us?" No, they wouldn't do that. You know? They wouldn't do that. It's unthinkable that people would do that. And so you cling to that little bit of hope of, well, I wouldn't do that personally, so they won't do it either. Well, and of course they'll get slaughtered. How many times down through history do you think that's happened? It always happens. They never do that. Well, we're civilized now. Every generation down through centuries have said the same. Oh, we're civilized now, you know, we're more civil. No. Always. Do you know in Scotland, when they had the rebellion for Prince Charles, not the present Prince Charles, I'm talking about the guy who wasn't quite so deformed. He was young Charlie, and he led the rebellion, supposedly. They could have maybe even won it, they even speculate too, because it got down to Derby, and London was evacuating when the armies went down there. But then they got bad news, and there was an awfully good spinner of tales sent out to deceive them and says, oh, the English armies arrived on the coast. They hadn't arrived on the coast, but they believed that and started retreating back up to Scotland. Well, that was decided by England, or London really, who ran everything, that they'd annihilate the Highlands. Absolutely annihilate them. And the troops they sent up there after the battle were really convicts and murderers, but they were given permission to go slaughtering through all the Highlands. And they did. They wiped out thousands of families. Thousands of them. Now, that was an ancient history. Yeah? It wasn't that long just before the American Revolution, in fact. And it's happening in your own country, right? And I'm sure they're all saying the same thing, that it could never happen. They'd never do that, but they did. They did. And then for 100 years after that, they were deporting them off the land to Australia, Canada, and everywhere else. And for the males especially, that were fighting age, they could always join the British military and go off and fight and win the wars for the City of London, who ran everything. That's where the money was involved. And the average English person was just the same, because they were just as basically in the dark about how things really ran as the peasants in Scotland. But London was the centre of all. Very old centre indeed. But every down through the ages, that's how it is. Oh, they'd never do that now. They never do that now. And then again, as I say, when Britain had its empire on the go, you have to look at the Official Secrets Act. Every country uses it now. But Lord Kitchener, his record couldn't be opened for the general public to see for over 100 years. Now, he was the troubleshooter of the day for the empire. And he would cross Africa, North Africa, and he was sent into India and so on after rebellions, and he would just have them slaughtered. He would just use martial law. I think every fifth man, in a village, whatever, just grab them, doesn't matter who they were, and pull them out, and in front of the rest of them, shoot them, you kill them. And that was the lesson that you put out there. The war of terror didn't start with Lenin. Lenin really understood it perfectly well. And the Bolsheviks understood it awfully, awfully well. But when it came to running empires, there's nothing new in this. It's total brutal force. That's what they do. So Kitchener's record wasn't opened up for about 100 years. And this bemedaled character with high rank, who did his best supposedly for the British, this strange the entity, it's a corporation called the Empire, because only the few thousand folk in London really benefited from it to run all the businesses, you know. But he was a guy that they sent for to deal with the problems, and that's how it's always been. That's how it always will be. But the folk don't. Again, look at all these little places in India that were rebelling, or even about lack of food or whatever it was, or you name it, stuff getting taken from them, resources and all that, and that's enough to get them killed. 1 out of 5 at Martin. That's it. The Riot Act, you see. Now I'll teach them for a while, and then they're quiet again for a while. Did the same across Africa and so on. And I'm not saying that all these countries were deadly peaceful either, because they weren't. Same as Africa. Africa's had the warring tribes for probably thousands of years. And the Zulus certainly were efficient warriors, but they were also mass slaughterers as well. And eugenicists, by the way. Great story there. Really fascinating to when you read it, and how Chaka the Zulu formed them, and he literally had everybody under. He couldn't join them. He would kill everybody under about 5 feet 11, I think it was, including the females, until they got a people growing up that were really strong and tall and all the rest of it. A eugenicist. I often wonder where he got the idea, but he certainly was, and getting information from traders, certainly, who'd supply him with goods from, I think it was Holland or parts of Europe anyway, who maybe gave him the idea, I don't know, but he certainly was very efficient in what he did, and utterly ruthless. But things really are much the same across the world, down through the centuries, for the techniques that are used on the people. They'd never do that. They'd never do that. Think of the people during the bubonic plagues who were burned out of their villages, as the nobility all came from scattered around the countryside in their big estates and ran into the castle, you see, for protection. And they'd bring in what food they could and yada yada yada. But on the way, they'd have the remaining peasantries burnt down and out their homes. And during the winter and so on, then they'd die. The winter coming on, and their food all taken off them into the castle. Their homes burned down in order to stop the plague getting to the castle. That was standard stuff, you know. Life is a pretty horrific thing, and we have to acknowledge it. Because when we forget how horrific it is, especially when it comes to those who want power and then are given power, you can't take your eyes off them for a second. You really can't. And the megalomaniacs that you'll see craving the power openly, you should really, really be on their utmost guard to make sure these characters never get into power. If they're in power, get them out. I don't care what party they belong to. Because behind them, today, as you well know, most of them are just fronts for bigger powers behind them all. And they know that too. But for the ordinary people, you've got to start to the way that you watch those nature programs are getting you used to the idea that sometimes, you know, when all these deer move in there, and, you know, the wolves have to come in behind them and thin down the herd a bit because it's a culling, or else the big landowner has to do a culling. The Lord, like Prince Philip used to give a great speech about that. You'll have to repeat it. I usually cull them, the excess ones, the deer, you know. But he was in his speech, he was referring to people, by the way. He was used as an analogy. When there's just too many people about, well, it seems the practical thing to do is just cut off the food supply. And then the people who sit and they watch their Disney programs and their happy programs on TV. when they hear Prince Philip saying, they read the articles verbatim from the top magazines on the planet, putting the speeches in that he gave at some of these Sierra Club meetings and so on, and world meetings, he would, he didn't really mean it. He's just a bit angry today, he's a bit off. You see, they don't have to make excuses for themselves. Nice people make excuses for them. Terrible, isn't it? But look at what's happening now. Say 9/11 took so many rights away, and that now the folk accept it. And the next phase of the new system, which again the Rockefellers came out with 2010, for the foundation, of course, by the big foundation. Remember that the Rockefellers were the ones who really ran the CFR on behalf of the Royal Institute for International Affairs, this private club that runs the world. And he's up there. He was a chairman for the US branch for years, and then the assistant there as he was getting older. But he also was up there picking the trilateral groups, the real movers and shakers, starting with Jimmy Carter, and they're on the go today for efficiency's sake, to bypass and get round democracy and public debate. So they're out there today doing their thing during a pandemic, and bingo, they bring out Dershowitz. What is Dershowitz? I mean, who appointed this guy to be anything? Huh? Sometimes you have to toss this book of law out the window, and do what is needed to be done to survive. You have to pull him out the closet every so to tell you, and that you've got to take some kind of vaccination according to, Leviticus, wasn't it? He said in his little talk there. Well, good for him if he believes that, then leave that to him to believe, and you don't have to believe it, or go along with it for that matter. But I didn't hear God saying to let some corporation stick its brew in anybody's arms. I haven't seen that anywhere. And by the way, I think Mr. Dershowitz should maybe read his Bible a bit more, his Torah, because in there's a whole bunch of things they're not supposed to take into their bodies. And when you look into what's in the vaccines, it's worse than some of that stuff. So I think there'll be actual rules against the concoctions that they're bringing up altogether. It's the same thing they used to pull out Alan Greenspan, like he was some kind of deity, and I really mean that. The way that the media would, Alan Greenspan's going to come out and address the nation tonight. And they'd have this kind of stage thing, and up come the lights, and you see him walking out the darkness of the stage, and he'd look very firm and stern, and really, it's all for effect. It was very dramatic, you see. He knew what he was doing, and he'd look left and right and stare, and still wouldn't say anything, and everybody's sort of breathing and holding their breath, and he's talking about, it was to do with the stock market. He'd say, cool it. That was all, cool it. Then they'd all immediately go, the printing presses would go, he said cool it, the stock market's too hot. God has spoken. A complete fabrication of nonsense, because the whole system is so bogus. The stock market's been propped up by the taxpayers every night under a particular act for the last 30 odd years or 40 years. So there's nothing real about it any more than there's anything real about the Federal Reserve in the States, which is owned by outside forces too. But there you go, right? But we live in fantasy. A very carefully contrived fantasy, isn't it? The stock market is contrived and rigged completely. The financial system is completely rigged completely as well. I can remember many years ago, the Bank of Canada had there's a little documentary on it, just a very short one, probably on the National and the CBC, when they used to do the occasional little bit of stuff that was a bit, no, I wouldn't call it testy, but interesting rather than fallacious. And they said, did you know that the Bank of Canada isn't a bank at all? And they showed you the building where they'd meet, and it's the appointee, the government appointee that represents the Bank of Canada that would meet there with other members of government to arrange loans on behalf of outside sources. That's what it was. There was no bank there at all. Now, at one time there used to be a bank, and I did a talk on that years ago, when Canada used to literally issue its own currency and spend it into circulation. That's how it was done by the government. And even during the Great Depression, you can still see the old articles that were put out by other countries as well as Canada, because the countries would come to Canada to see how it was. Canada was the only country that wasn't really suffering badly in the Great Depression because it printed its own currency. The government printed it. They didn't put it out to a private company. Now it does, you see. Since again, Pierre Trudeau came and he changed it. That was Justin's daddy. And since then, we were loaded with massive debt like everybody else. But before that, we didn't have debt. We're under a common system run by the same folk, the same gang. And they always say, well, it's too complex for average people to understand. Well, no kidding. As I've said last week, it's like voodoo, you know. It's not based on anything at all. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could, if they let me near, just for a day, and to say a Federal Reserve Bank or the Bank of Canada, when they're arranging their loans for the week for the country, right, from the private one, I'm sure I could I could just look up the main sum that's owed, you see, or say it's supposedly in your checking account. It's all borrowed money for Canada, for the government, and I'm sure I could add 1 or 2 zeros to the end of that number just to stretch out a bit further, because that's all they're doing. They're not handing any cash over when you borrow money from the private sector. It doesn't happen. It's all just add zeros to the end of an actual number. That's all you do. Keep extending it. That's what the Federal Reserve does. They don't put enough. There's no gold in Fort Knox. That all went a long time ago. Quietly too. But it's just fascinating to realize that we live in a fantasy world, and everybody's. It's like the air you breathe. It's just natural. You're brought up using this thing called money, and everybody expects it to circulate, and sometimes you'll notice you need more of X amount of dollars to buy the same handful of groceries that you buy every week or whatever. And sometimes you need more dollars, and sometimes it's maybe a little bit less, but generally it's always more. And it's set to be that way, you see. And we accept that as normal too. There's no reason for it given to the public. But, well, it's inflation, really. What it means is, since your money's based on nothing, but they pretend it's still based on some kind of standard, it's all pretense. I mean, the whole system is pretense. If it still was, say the British system used to be pound sterling silver. Okay? That's how things were worked out. And there was little physical money. They used to have gold coinage too, which like guineas and so on, which they'd use for the big banks and so on. But the currency was based on sterling silver. And you had pound, shillings and pence. And half crowns and florins and shillings and so on. But silver, all the way down to silver sixpences and things like that. But it was real wealth. It was real silver, you see. So that was passed around. That was real wealth. But when eventually they took off the standard, they kept saying it, sterling silver or pound sterling. But they took all the silver out of circulation and gave you substitutes, you see, of fake rubbish. Look at the pennies you have today, even in Canada. They did away with them in Canada, but they weren't copper anymore. See, everything had a real value. Copper, your pennies were real copper. So you had to get so many of them to make up X amount, the equivalent of X amounts of sterling silver for a pound. That's how it was worked out. And so it was a real type of currency. It really had value. But once they took them off even the gold standard, it was all put against, supposedly, the Bank of England. They had massive vaults with the gold in it. And it was based on nothing to back it. Then they took the silver out of circulation. There's nothing, the whole thing is built on faith. And the priests that run the faith system there literally decide what it's going to be worth that day. You know, your pound is worth this today. And meaning you get more of it to buy the same as a handful of groceries or something. And it's a whim of whoever tells you that. It's not really based on anything. But they run it today as though it's still based on backed by gold or something. Because do you realize that if you went back 40 years, say in the UK, you could probably live pretty well on £20 a week 40 years ago. Now you need hundreds and hundreds of pounds, maybe even just to pay your rent. Because they say, oh, it's inflation, because they keep devaluing the currency, because supposedly the company owes that much abroad or to the lenders or whatever happens. So they keep devaluing the currency, and you end up having to pay more and more and more. So you need more and more of that paper or plastic or whatever it is to get the same amount of stuff. And we're taught that this is normal. And yet nobody can explain it to you properly. Because as I say, it's as though it's still to do with real value. There is no real value since it's backed by nothing. You can't compare it to anything. It's just somebody's idea what the price of anything is today. Not saying, well, we owe so many billions abroad, and here's the exact amount, so therefore we have to value it. It's not even that anymore, you see. Because it's nothing's based. All they do is put blips on computers across the planet. That's all it is. Greenspan said one thing, it was true. He did say that we can never go bust again, he said, if we don't want to go bust. He says, because we just keep printing money up. That's what he said, because it's based, it does. At one time, the paper money used to be represent what they actually had in actual gold or silver in the big bank vaults. That's what it represented. So technically, they weren't supposed to print more money than you had gold, and real currency to back it with. It was a note was a representation of something that was real and tangible at one time. That was all done away with too. Anyway, I'm getting off the topic. What I'm saying is we live in a world of fantasies where we don't realize how fragile everything is because it's bogus. It truly is bogus. And today, for instance, and we all know this, we're supposed to go through another phony war with China. Just like we had the big phony war with the Soviet Union. And in a great respect, it was phony. There was little battles and skirmishes at the bottom to make it all real for those near the bottom or those who participated at the bottom level. But we got to remember that the presidents and prime ministers talked to their counterparts in the Soviet Union every day, from Britain and the States and everywhere else, on their special phones, to make sure that nothing went wrong. They'd have little tit-a-tats and little spats and things, but it didn't amount to much at all. But at the bottom level, they'd put occasional troops in behind enemy lines here and there who would get caught because you had spies on all sides turning them in. But for above that, it was really well run to make sure nothing really happened. And it was so lucrative for all sides, for the weapons industries, that they wanted to go on forever. They really did. But Russia eventually couldn't keep up with it. Russia is just as crooked as everybody else, like the West was. And they had their elite living so high in the hog in this socialist paradise that was meant for those in the top, that even when the wall fell down, pre-planned of course, they rushed out. And the newspapers at the time, they showed you even a relative, I can remember, of Lord Rothschild in England, was leaving the Soviet Union, and his family, this particular member of the family, have been managing the top banks in Russia for a generation at least, And folk thought, well, I thought everything was centralized, but all the nonsense we're told by the Soviet system. They didn't ban private banks, folks. They did, of course they didn't. Who didn't set it up? And they even made sure that most of the currency that went through their hands was American currency. Americans gave them the plates. Do you know that during World War II? Oh. Yeah. Anyway, again, I'm getting way off topic because sometimes it's staggering when you think how the world is really run. It's staggering, and you must always keep tabs on it all. Otherwise, you'll get back into Disneyland and they'd never do that again, and so on. The best enemies money can buy. Anthony Sutton put out books on that. He's awfully good, Sutton. He did incredibly well documented investigations into the systems that we really live under and have lived under, right down to Wall Street, and the Bolshevik Revolution, how the top bankers financed them. But they also financed the Japanese, by the way, for those who don't know that as well. And to even rearm and even show them how to build the ships and so on for their navies and so on. That was all done by money from America mainly, and London, but America at the time. Well documented. And so the best enemies money can buy, and we financed and set up the Soviet Union. We fed them, we kept selling them grain right up through the 1970s and 80s, And made sure that, and even after the revolution, as they were slaughtering what was left of the middle classes to wipe them out, like Trotsky said, we have annihilated and wiped out an entire class, millions of people here. And the West, through that whole time, was putting out charity stuff to send them food, clothing, and shoes and so on, and lots of woolens for the cold winters, and they make the best enemies money can buy. And you have who financed Hitler? Anthony Sutton again, excellent book to read for those who don't know about it. Others did the same things too, good investigative work. And but the thing is, what I'm saying is, nothing is ever as it seems. And we poor people, never get a proper education at school. You're not meant to know these things. You're supposed to get the basic Disney version of things, and believe it. On the one hand, I can see some, even psychologists say that it's important we believe the fairy tales, or we get so depressed that we become suicidal if you realize how bad the world can be. And the psychologists today and the behaviorists certainly should know that, since most of them are working for the government against us to manage our thoughts, etc. That's where the money is, isn't it? Managing our thoughts and our behavior. But yeah, I've been going through the talks when we did the GATT treaty with China for China and got them into the World Trade Organization. And we financed them. China didn't pull itself up by its own boots. They were financed completely and trained by the West. Thousands of students per year came to Canada and Britain and elsewhere in the States to get trained in engineering and design, all these kind of things, electronics and so on, at universities. And we bent over backwards to make sure it happened and brought them in. And then this is before they could even go home and find enough work for themselves in those days. We all did in advance, and then with the World Trade Organization, we gave them the factories and signed for them to move over to China. We paid for the top of all the factories to move to China. It's astonishing at the time living through it and realizing that no one was concerned about it. The people really believe the media is going to tell you what to worry about. They really believe that it is there to do the reasoning for them. That's what Brzezinski said in his book, that shortly the public will be unable to do the reasoning for them. They'll expect the media to do their actual thinking and the reasoning for them, like warn them. Well, they don't warn you, even when they're doing drastic things like, hey, do you realize the massive unemployment you're going to have when all these factories have gone to China? and how helpless you'll be if you ever get a tiff with China, if they ever decide to make it the big bad dragon again. Well, how can you make anything? Well, look at us today, you can't even make the face mask, for you to say. You always plan the future and the disasters and the tiffs of the futures. That's what we do. You make the enemies your friends. You finance them up to be strong. Those who have the money live it high in the hog and bring in big cash bonuses off cheap labor for a long time. And then when the military-industrial boys say, well, you know, we're really missing the lucrative era of the Cold War. You can't make it another one. Well, here you go. So then you say, oh, China's bad again, and so is Russia. And you understand that that's what the economy is there to serve. It's not for us. It's not for us. Those at the top, they'd love to have it all done by robots and machines. Because they really resent you having to get a wage to even keep yourself and feed yourself, you see. They hate that. Just not efficient enough, you see. But with robots wouldn't have to vote for anything or be kept happy and given entertainment to, they wouldn't get up to no good, and say, well, that's terrible, we're slaves. No. Only humans get to that stage, and they really resent that. It's a big psychological operation to keep us all just under the surface of bubbling through into discontentment. That's what all the bureaucracies are for, and for all the surveilling on the internet and all your chats about, to constantly analysing the mood of the public. So this particular member of the Rothschild family was leaving the Soviet Union and going to Britain to meet his cousin, with lots of loot, of course, and a small private army, by the way, to escort them to the airport. So it's just astonishing that they can accumulate wealth regardless of the system or the name that the system is particularly called. But that's the beauty of that too, that you could make money and profit as long as it wasn't off of people's labour. That's how they worded it, through legalities as usual. And they got round all the different laws of the supposed centralised banking system of the state. There's also a way, isn't there, for those who are cunning enough enough experience to pull the wool over folks' eyes with terminology and apparent understanding of things which most folk had never seen in that particular light before. We can't imagine it, you see. We think things are much more simpler than that. And it's just astonishing to us. It kind of entertains us too and puts us in a hypnotic state when they start telling us big words and long phrases as they muddle up our thinking and using terminology. And then before you know it, you're pointing in their direction. And well, I guess they know what they're talking about, because you don't. That's just it. That's the beauty of chronology. And it's quite an art, chronology. But that's the world we're living in. So, as I say, I'm going to mention some articles here regardless, because we're going through amazing times. We're living through history, and government's doing all the things we're warned about over and over by folk who knew better from previous centuries. We hear it from George Orwell, we hear it from Thomas Jefferson and George Washington and all these different people down through the ages. People who actually lived and helped create systems to break away from the old system of corruption and royalties and nobilities and aristocracies that ruled, and banking systems too. And certainly, we always end up getting taken over by the same institutions step by step, often with different names and so on, but the same things by the same peoples who understand these things. They take over again, and you're right back to where you started eventually. Sometimes worse, it depends. I often look at America, and the potential it had was astronomical for doing good for its own people and giving some peace and so on, and how it was totally destroyed over time by a very, very clever, quiet, intellectual wars, which again were really fomented at the university levels by outsiders that came in with their doctrines of revolution and to overthrow the people. No system's ever been perfect, remember, never. But in the US, for a period of time, regardless of what you decided you wanted to do or how you wanted to live, you were allowed to live like that for a long time until government stepped in. You could go off and live in a shack in some forest if you wanted to, and you'd be left alone to do it. But not anymore. They want money off you no matter where you plop down your behind on a chair. They want money for it, for that little space you're occupying, and taxation. And for taxation, you got to then get a job to earn their kind of coin to pay them back with. It's such a racket. We're just slaves, as I say. And it's always used, terminology is what confuses folk. It's all just the terms that they use, you know. I mean, here's a few quotes just from Thomas Jefferson. Again, little statements have such profound meanings, and they're so simple to say, and so simple even to just let it flash through your mind. But when you just dwell on it for a little bit, these are statements that were made long before he came up with them. He was simply repeating them from previous centuries, and nothing is ever diminished by time when it comes to these particular things to do with humankind and governments and so on. But he said there's no justification for taking away individuals' freedom in the guise of public safety. Okay? There's no justification. He didn't say generally no. He says there is no justification for taking away individuals' freedom in the guise of public safety. Because you understand all the tricks and cons that have been used in the past are used today. It's the same thing. And they knew it so well back. They had a better education back then in reality than we have today. And they didn't have TV to brainwash them with teams of psychologists and neuroscientists and behaviorists all working to bring you wonderful dramas that through fiction will bring you to the right conclusions and adopt the right opinions. He also said when you abandon freedom to achieve security, you lose both and deserve neither. When you abandon freedom to achieve security, you lose both and deserve neither. The issue today is the same as it has been throughout all history, whether man shall be allowed to govern himself or be ruled by a small elite. That's also what, of course, Thomas Jefferson was a Mason, but that used to be the argument they had in Freemasonry for the US was, and they called it the big experiment. It was the first experiment to see if people could govern themselves, and if not, they would be ruled by a powerful elite, and that's what you've got, the latter. The second experiment, of course, was the Soviet Union, where they took it for granted you could never have the wherewithal to properly govern yourself, so you'd be done by experts. And that's what you're in today, by the way, if you haven't figured it out. And the experts are all employed by the small elite, the tyrannical elites that took over. He also says, I think myself that we have more machinery of government than is necessary. Too many parasites living on the labour of the industrious. Government big enough to supply everything you need is big enough to take everything you have. The course of history shows that as a government grows, liberty decreases. The two enemies of the people are criminals and government. So let us tie the second down with the chains of the Constitution, so the second will not become the legalized version of the first. And isn't that the truth? And that's what it was meant to be. There's nothing that's happening today, really, that would have surprised these founding fathers, who had a better education into history and how the world really run and how it run in the past, and the different tricks that have been used on the public before to take the rights away. That wouldn't surprise them that they were using different techniques today or different excuses today to take them away again. And again, Jefferson warned about the powers of the private banking monopolies. He said they were more powerful than standing armies to take your rights away. And I think about it too, that as these trillions have been dished out to the same people, Wall Street, etc., and the military boys at the very, very top, the big corporations. And don't forget that pharma is highly associated with the military-industrial complex, folks, including vaccines, because the biowarfare industry is completely intricately involved with making vaccines as well. That's how they actually use the exploration of biology, of bacteria and viruses, to help you all, but really for the military-industrial complex. It's a two-way street. So we're going through it big time right now. Most folk don't figure it out, but look at the rights that the people lost with 9/11. Oh, you're all going to die again. Well, they weren't all going to die, but you can't have rights anymore. We got to keep you safe, right? So you end up having no rights to keep you safe. If you have no rights, how on earth can you be safe, folks? Huh? It's quite amazing. What a paradox is this, how they can confuse and muddle the brains of the ordinary folk, the poor souls. Aren't we all poor souls, really, living through all this nonsense? And the powerful elites have taken over. The Hamilton version of America is what prevailed. And Hamilton and Jefferson used to go at it a little bit, and they had little differences and so on. But Hamilton had been brought up with a silver spoon, be a gold spoon in his mouth on an island. It was one of the islands of St. Kitts, I think it was, or Nevis. Understand they're even opening up rebuilding his old family home and making a kind of monument to it for visitors. But he had a big slave plantation there. And Hamilton was all for the British system in many ways. And the private banking system, no, absolutely, he was all for that too. And Jefferson apparently had visited his quarters at one point. Jefferson commented on how come all these portraits and paintings are of tyrants like Alexander the Great and so on. And that's who Hamilton admired. He admired all the tyrants in history that just took history by the horns, and pulled everything through the whole of time into new systems, and the ones who just took imagination and made it all come into reality. That's what Hamilton really admired, tyrants. He didn't believe in the common people at all. And that was the differences that between him and Jefferson's way of looking at things. Quite interesting. It'd be interesting actually have them on a program today on TV, like a debate thing. It'd be quite interesting to publicise that if you saw what was happening today. You can pretty well tell where both sides would be, both parties would be. So getting back to these bracelets, that's going to have your whole ID on them. And initially they'll use your phones, of course, but they really want you to be tracked with something permanently that you can't take off. That's why the whole idea of the type of vaccination that would also be a kind of tattooed imprint in your skin, keeping a record of all your vaccinations up to date. It's going to be a permanent thing. You have to carry your whole history with you, and to be accessed by your betters, the ones who rule over you, you see. And their henchmen, because it's this henchmen who end up working for them. You know that, under different names, and well, they're peace officers, or they're this, that. No. These are henchmen, folks, and you're a slave. Don't forget what a manacle is. I don't care if I want to call it a bracelet. It's a manacle, electronic or otherwise, and that's really what it is. That's a sign of a slave, and so is a tattoo enforced upon you. It's called a brand. That's what you do with cattle. You brand them. You got to start seeing things as for what they actually are and what they want to do. But yeah, I gave these very talks in the 1990s of their whole vaccination record would have to be up to date. You wouldn't get into a store, alarms would go off if you're with something on your body if you weren't up to date with your vaccination. And here we are. Right? It's just amazing. But there you go. And we're all going through this stuff. We know from the beginning, as I've said before, one of your telltale signs of something being awry and not quite right was when Fauci immediately said, well, after he basically changed his mind about the pandemic just being, it could be just a bad flu, he said in the New England Medical Journal. I'll put that link up today too, for if you want to read it for yourselves as proof of it. But he said it might be no more than a bad flu initially. And then, of course, once they saw the dollar values and all the big corporations were calling them up, and, we're on a good thing here, then he changed his mind, and he immediately said, well, nothing's going to fix this except the vaccination. And we can't get me out of lockdown until you've all got your vaccinations up to scratch. You're talking about perpetual lockdown, folks. Do you understand that? This is the revolution I've been talking about. It's their revolution into the new paradigm of scientific management of society. Although it's all bogusly run, really, but under the guise of science. Total lockdown, new way of living, sustainability, all the things they couldn't get you to simply go along with, post-consumerist, all the rest of it. Here you go with it all. I mentioned that last week, and it's interesting, the next couple of days later, when the biggest show started mentioning the very same things I was talking about verbatim from my talk, which isn't unusual, actually, from the particular one. But here we go, through this big agenda here, and everybody's on board with it. But yeah, pretty well at the start, he was all for this permanent lockdown, and along with the World Health Organization, and every chiefly appointed health officer for every nation pretty well is on board with the same thing. Isn't that a bit of a coincidence? Exact same thing, huh? You think it'd be something, well, there's a few countries that didn't go totally along with the same thing, that did very well actually without even lockdowns. So facts don't matter. The agenda's what's important, to bring in a new way of living into austerity. I used to give the talks on austerity that the countries all signed on at the United Nations for sustainability. They called it austerity programs. And here you go. This is how you bring it in. Any excuse will do, right? And once you get the food, well, who's growing the food? Who's planting it? Where's it coming from? Huh? When do you think it will start to really run out? The big boys at the top know. They do know. They're not sitting stupidly at the top. They have other well-paid professionals, experts, as they say, looking at all the different scenarios here. They know what they're doing. But there's a big agenda to bring you into line into this new system. And it's horrific. And many folk will refuse to believe it. They're living that kind of, they don't plan to do this forever. If they have their spike, which they obviously will do, even with the flu, it dies down in the summer. The viruses do, and coronaviruses die down in the summer. Then they come back and they hit again around the late fall for the winter time into the next spring. So you'd always get a bit of a spike, you see, returning. And they know that. That's why it's, if we get a spike returning, we'll have to lock you down. Well, because they know it's going to return. That's the agenda. Remember, they wanted, in fact, you wanted to a permanent lockdown into next year from the beginning. That's what he said. So they always get what they want, because there's a whole agenda to fulfill here, you know. The facial recognition is a big part of being a slave too. And the big corporations that all attend the World Economic Forum have look at the basket. We're all the eggs in the basket, you see, and they're all deciding how to make money off of each egg. And here they go. It's the state of facial recognition around the world. The whole world is their oyster now. And it says, in its most benign form, facial recognition technology is a convenient way to unlock your smartphone. However, again, I was giving it a good read. Well, that's plausible, you know. However, as visual capitalist Eman Ghosh notes, at the state level, facial recognition is a key component of mass surveillance and it already touches half the global population on a regular basis. And then they go into North America, Central America, and Caribbean. In the US, a 2016 study showed that already half of American adults were captured in some kind of facial recognition network. More recently, the Department of the Homeland Security unveiled its biometric exit plan, which aims to use facial recognition technology on nearly all travel passengers by 2023 to identify compliance with visa status. And it goes on and on about 59% of Americans actually, polls actually are in favor of implementing facial recognition technology because it's acceptable for use in law enforcement, you see, according to a Pew Research survey. But at least some places like San Francisco have pushed to ban surveillance, citing a stand against its potential abuse by government. You got to understand what Jefferson said too. He's always on about government will always abuse power if you let them, on behalf of a small rich elite, you see, who always take it over, and that's where we are. And it says South America goes into Brazil and how they're cracking down on crime, and they're using more and more facial recognition surveillance. Europe, of course, and China's way above there with their special glasses that literally read up whoever's walking past. Even a dozen at a time. They'll come up at once in special glasses that the cops can wear at the train stations and so on. They've shown that on little clips. So this is a fantastic time for making money off the slaves. And you're owned. We understand with each right that you have to even have privacy. Once it's gone, you're completely owned. And these are the reasons you had things like privacy and laws and rules and regulations and so on. And because once they take it away from you, you're just an open slave with no rights at all, folks. Your immunity passport future begins to materialize as airlines call for the digital ID tracking systems. Well, let them call for all they want. Once again, you can't give in for big corporations of any kind. I don't care who they are. You can't give in because they want to take more and more rights away. Freedom of movement. It won't be just for airlines. It'll be going to a few streets from your own home eventually. This is where it will go, and I really mean that. The world's largest airline trade group has called for immunity passports. Again, that's for all your vaccinations, thermal screening, masks and physical distancing to be part of the industry's strategy for returning to normal operations, it goes. Once they start that, it's never going to be normal. So the International Air Transport Association, which represents 299 airlines, recently issued their publication called Biosecurity for Air Transport, a roadmap for restarting aviation, which outlines a strategy to open up air travel as governments begin to lift travel restrictions. Under a section titled The Passenger Experience and Temporary Biosecurity Measures, nothing is temporary when it comes to money and technology and making money off you. The IATA describes the vision of post-COVID-19 flights. The organization calls for contact tracing, a controversial method of tracking the civilian population to track the spread of COVID-19. Sure. They say we foresee the need to collect more detailed passenger contact information, which can be used for tracing purposes, the report states. Where possible, the data should be collected in electronic form and in advance of the passenger arriving at the airport, including through e-visa and electronic travel authorization platforms. Interestingly, this call for pre-boarding check-in using electronic travel authorization platforms coincides with the recent announcement of the COVID Pass. They call it the COVID Pass and the Health Pass from Clear, both of which call for digital ID systems using biometrics and storing travel, health and identification data. Alexander de Juniac, IATA's CEO, told Arabian Industry that a layered approach combining multiple measures which are globally implemented and mutually recognized by governments are the way forward for biosecurity. Any excuse will do, Any excuse will do, folks. What was it Jefferson said about giving up your freedoms for security? And the IATA also calls for temperature screening at entry points and airport terminals. They envision the airline experience involving physical distancing of 3 to 6 feet through the airport. And the group believes this whole distancing thing is completely bogus, folks. I'll touch on that later too. It says, although the organization acknowledged that there is not currently a fast, reliable test for COVID-19, it doesn't matter. They believe that once an effective test is developed, it could be applied on entry to the terminal. They call for this measure to be incorporated into the passenger process as soon as an effective test validated by the medical community has been developed. Expert groups and medical communities, they're in charge of you. And Anthony Fauci, naturally, is on the topic of immunity passports too, with the World Health Organization, and Bill Gates. Is all this gang, eh? The very kind of gang is like the criminal gangs that Jefferson talked about. Eh? They all have nice titles and stuff, but it's a gang nonetheless. Anyway, they say the IATA states that immunity passports could play an important role in further facilitating the restart of air travel. The organisation believes if a person is shown to have recovered from COVID-19 developed immunity, they will not need a protective measure. Once medical evidence supports the possibility of immunity to COVID-19, then IATA believes it's essential that a recognised global standard be introduced and that corresponding documents be made available electronically. This is a prison. I hope you understand. They're setting up a whole world prison here. And if they don't like you, eventually you'll be surprised how immediately, if they don't like what you're doing or what you're saying, you'll just suddenly be diagnosed going through a thing as, well, you got a temperature. Well, I don't think that. My own personal temperature thermometer says I'm okay. Oh, well, our one says we can't let you travel, and they'll definitely harass you so you can't go anywhere. Yeah, they think I'm kidding. Do you really think I'm kidding? Eh? Think that doesn't happen in real life, that kind of thing. Yeah. So they're talking about bringing in facial recognition, retina scanning, and or thumbprints. Remember, these folk will have your DNA and everything on record here, folks. Your whole history. And I'll put these links up too. And that one is from the Last American Vagabond. It says that site is not bad at all. California doctors say they've seen more deaths from suicide than coronavirus since the lockdowns. Again, too, they knew from the beginning. They had all these psychologists on board with their hands out. Everybody who studies you all, we're the ants, you see. They're all studying us. Got their hands out. We'll do another study on this and the whole bit and see how we can do it. Great times to do big experiments on the general population. That's what they're doing right now. All to do with future control, you see. More effective control. So there's more suicides and folk at home not. So doctors in North California say they've seen more deaths from the suicide than they've seen from the coronavirus. The numbers are unprecedented. Dr. Michael de Boisblanc, I guess it's called, of John Muir Medical Center in Walnut Creek, California, told ABC 7 News about the increase of deaths by suicide and that he's seen a year's worth of suicides in the last 4 weeks alone. This Boisblanc said he believes it's time for California officials to end the stay-at-home order and let people back out into their communities. He said, I think initially it was okay, is what he's saying. It was put in place to flatten the curve, as they say, but it really didn't. You understand? This whole idea of flattening the curve is a novel thing too, because every other coronavirus before in the history, and flus as well, you see, you go through it, then you get herd immunity. Folk get sick. There's always the elderly die. That's standard every year, folks. Hate to break the bad news, but that's often what happens. And then you get over it with herd immunity. But if you lock people down, they're not mixing to pass on to get the herd immunity. Remember, most folk with this COVID-19 don't even know they've had it. They have no symptoms. Others, the smaller minority that have a few symptoms, are very, very mild. And it's the elderly who have other complications that get hit hardest. And that happens every year with every kind of virus that comes out at that time of year, in the winter time, and into the spring. You know that's the standard history. But the lockdown is stopping the children from mixing. The children are the greatest carriers of all these things. They always spread colds and flus and viruses throughout the community and bring them home and into their streets and so on. That's what happens. And then everybody picks it up one way or another, whether they know it or not, and then they get immune to it. That's how you get herd immunity. This lockdown, this experimental lockdown for when the first time in history, which makes no sense unless it's deliberate for a different reason, you see. And I think it's the latter. But the total lockdown of the healthy stops them getting herd immunity, so it's pretty well guaranteed to spike again in the fall. Late fall. This is planned to happen. They're not stupid at the top. But it's, you don't lock down the healthy people. That's how you would get herd immunity. So anyway, this is talking about suicide and so on. By late March, more people had died in just one Tennessee county from suicide than had died in an entire state directly from the virus. A study published in early May suggests that coronavirus could lead to at least 75,000 deaths directly brought on by anxiety from the virus, job losses, and addiction to alcohol and drugs. Another study conducted by Just Facts around the same time computed a broad array of scientific data showing that stress is one of the deadliest health hazards in the world, and estimate that the coronavirus lockdowns will destroy 7 times as many years of human life than strict lockdowns can save. Earlier this week, more than 600 doctors signed their names on a letter to President Trump referring to the continued lockdown as a mass casualty incident, urging him to do what he can to ensure they come to an end. Well, unfortunately, look at all the other articles I've read there about all the different surveillance systems and tracking systems going to make billions of money off us all. Well, they're going to make this drag on as long as they, and possibly if they can get away with it forever, folks. It's they're bringing a whole new way of existing. I won't say living. It won't be living, it'll be existing. This system, a post-consumerist society, the austerity agenda. Another one too, similar to that one prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Wellbeing Trust reported that more lives had been lost to deaths of despair in 2017 than ever before. The primary response at that time, or the time, was to look at the opioid epidemic, but that didn't even come close to cracking all the issues of mental health related to deaths of despair. Then they go through different things that can contribute to it and all the rest of it. Loneliness, isolation, which, so they know when you lock folk down, well, guess what, they get lonely, eh? They get isolated, a lack of belonging. Well, you can't meet anybody and mingle. Limited access to affordable health care. No kidding, you stay at home if you're sick. Systemic racism, trauma, and financial concerns like a lack of housing, food, and so on. Yada, yada, yada. Well, it's just wonderful when you give them a lockdown, and you watch it go up and up and up, causing it all to happen, folks. For something that most folk don't even know that they've had. Huh? And another one, stress on the virus response will destroy 7 times more years of life. Another study repeating the same stuff. But here's the happy news. That there's a happy news from your lovely communists, that are all happy to work for the elite who own you, because you are owned, you understand. And that the real, truly left-wing elite are really just the managerial class and it's called socialists or communists that manage you for the wealthy elite. The United Nations, you're getting fuzzy already when I'm saying it, you feel all warm, don't you? The New World Order, the UNNWO launches COVID-19 coronavirus-focused International Day of Happiness 2020 campaign theme called Happiness for All Together. Take the tears out your eyes, and I know you're all in ecstasy just hearing that there. So I'll repeat the last part, if you can handle it, right? So the UNNWO, right? And by the way, that NWO is a New World Order from the United Nations. I'll put that link up too. And it says COVID-19 coronavirus focused International Day of Happiness. I really feel like I'm back in the womb here, just kicking my mum's belly there, and it's all fuzzy and warm and everything. International Day of Happiness 2020 campaign theme, Happiness for All Together. Isn't that amazing, eh? This is the stuff they'd put into comedies, but this is meant to be serious. This is the stuff the communists churn out. They'd have these events that they ought to be happy and come out and smile and everything, and here we go from the United Nations. No wonder, eh? So it says, New York, responding to the unprecedented sudden threat of COVID-19 to the health, happiness and well-being of all humanity, as well as the worldwide quarantine and disruption to the global economy across every sector, industry and the everyday life of billions of people, the United Nations International Day of Happiness, UNIDO, Happiness is launching the Happiness for All Together March 20th, 2020 International Day for Happiness. So there you go. We've already had it. I didn't even get my share of happiness, you know that? I didn't even know it was even happening. I wonder if they can claim it even in, after the event maybe. So it says, it's a global campaign to promote and advance worldwide solidarity. There's that communist term, solidarity and unity again, in winning the global fight against COVID-19 coronavirus. Yeah. So it's a war. They always use wars and we're all in it together. That's always the slogans in warfare. As those at the top take all your rights and freedoms and your food away from you, well, they stuff their faces at the top and celebrate with their champagne. It says the Happiness for All Together 2020 UN International Day campaign theme is a call on all 7.8 billion members of the global human family and all 206 nations and territories of planet Earth to unite in solidarity and steadfast resolve in fighting back against the COVID-19 coronavirus by taking the 10 steps, it's like a 10-step program, to Global Happiness Challenge to celebrate the 2020 International Day of Happiness, and ultimately defeating the COVID-19. See, all you need is happiness, right? All you need is happiness, buddy. And that's secured, right? Just be happy. Don't worry. Remember that stupid one too, that other stupid song? Don't worry, be happy, right? So there you go. That's your. I wonder how much it cost us all to pay for this nonsense. A few billion here probably as well, eh? But it goes on and on. It says, happiness for all together, March 20th. And it says, it always seems impossible until it's done, all these big agendas. Let us unite and work together to win this global fight and to achieve the happiness, well-being and freedom of all life on earth, said Ndaba Mandela, UNAIDS Global Ambassador. So we've got global ambassadors, you see. Sounds very pompous, eh? Probably gold braid and everything and all that, eh? Co-founder of the United Nations New World Order Project. That's what it's called here in the links here. United Nations New World Order Project. And chairman of the Mandela Institute for Humanity. I remember old Nelson Mandela. He used to put a lot into humanity too, especially the children, by attacking school buses and things. But now he's a hero. Now it depends. He eventually become a hero. And it's okay now. It's wonderful. He wasn't a terrorist at all. I don't know where that thought came from, but I have to put it in my head, for goodness sake, and rehabilitate myself. So it says here that, it goes on and on and on about collective global action of every individual, organisation and nation. 10 steps to global happiness. Wow. We'll get a 7-day virtual event uniting 80 countries and thousands of experts and activists. You didn't know there had that many revolutionaries out there at the intersection of happiness, well-being, education, health, technology, politics, economics, developments, and social impact, amongst other fields and sectors. Wow, eh? Yeah, just be happy. As your stomach's rumbling and you can't get food, just be happy, folks. Just be happy. My, what trash is this, though, eh? What trash is this? It's so collectivist. They really see you like a bunch of children, eh? And mind you, if you smile and show your teeth, they'll give you a little pat on the head for being good. But if you disagree with them, they're completely intolerant. That's the nature of the beasts, actually. And that's what you'll see. And so the United Nations New World Order Project is a global high-level initiative. High-level, eh? Again, back, I guess I'll join them in the snowy mountains up in Switzerland, the high level. And it founded in 2008 to advance a new economic paradigm, a new political order, and more broadly, a new world order for humankind, which achieves the United Nations global goals for sustainable development by 2030 and the happiness, well-being and freedom of all life on Earth by 2050. Oh, wow, eh? They call it happytalism. I wonder how much that cost them at a marketing company, happytalism. But I'll repeat that for the harder thinking, because it's kind of important that the United Nations New World Order project is a global high-level initiative found to advance a new economic paradigm, a new political order. Again, I'll say that, a new political order, and more broadly, a new world order for humankind, which achieves the United Nations global goals for sustainable development by 2030. And the happiness, well-being and freedom of all life on Earth by 2050. There's always a future utopia when you starve yourself to death. You're working for a better tomorrow, you understand. So here's a whole new system, folks, get announced to you. It's a happy thing, it's happy, you see. And a communist is the head of it, someone who's all part of the big communist family. And for the United Nations. Do you vote for the United Nations? Of course you don't. You don't get to vote for the United Nations. You just get told what to do by them. Well, maybe it's time you told the United Nations where to go, eh? Huh? With its New World Order project, eh? And its new political system, and its new economic system, and a new world order, and so on. And its global goals for sustainable development. Maybe you should tell them where to go with it all, eh? What do you think about that? Tell them where to stuff it, and then you could be happy. Because somebody has to. You're looking at tyranny, folks. I don't care how they try to dress it up for their childish nonsense. The fact is, these are tyrants talking here. And the UN is completely staffed with communists. On behalf of the elites at the top who own the world's cash system, they use the communists and socialists to run it all in their socialistic fashion, you see. But you're looking at hell. You won't be too happy with this, believe you me. Remember, sustainable development is no private vehicles. You'll have no travel. You'll have no darn rights. You'll be part of your community and you'll have to turn up at the community events for good socialists. If you don't turn up, you say, where were you? You're supposed to be there, says your commissar, you see. And then, of course, for you can't heat yourself with that. You've had your quota for heating fuel for the winter, etc., etc. That's what you're looking at here, folks. Nasty, nasty. So I've got 2 or 3 articles on the New World Order here from them and themselves, not made up about them, but from them. And the UN has got their website called New World Order. There you go. I'll put it all up, mind you, for you guys tonight. I do a lot of work for other people that just parrot my stuff for the rest of the week, but they never mention where they get it. I do a lot of stuff for nothing, that's obvious. This other article here too. How they can sneak in things during these crises to familiarize you with other things to come, obviously. Now remember, Canada is sadly beyond socialistic, and they call it progressive. We're so wonderful and caring and we care about everybody, yada, yada, yada. But when you see troops getting used for civilian purposes, you've got to be very wary. Troops are a blind force. Troops are supposed to be the whole job of being in the military is for combat. But Canada, being so socialistic and throwing money across the planet, money we don't have, is a take it off us, of course, to throw it where they want it to go, often to their pals and corporations across the planet. That's what socialists always do, you know. And they do all their social, I call it preening. It's not just virtue signaling. It's actually preening. It's like Trudeau comes on and I guess he was on makeup team or something, because they try to make him look sexy for the women and stuff like that. It's just sad. To me, that kind of thing's so sad. And he tries to be all things to all people, to all left-wingers, all things to all left-wingers, I should say. But in reality, Canada's a mess right now. It's been a mess going downhill ever since the free trade with China. We lost all our factories, just like the US and other countries did too. And millions got put out of work, millions of people. We're not all supposed to sit home and work on silly computers. We're really not meant for that, obviously. Same with universities. Universities are just a waste of time for most things today, really. For the ridiculous courses that they teach. And it's so expensive too. But it used to be stacks of people, millions of folk used to work in factories and made things, and they're productive, and they enjoyed making things. And it gave them purpose, and it gave them some pride in themselves to bring in a good income for themselves and so on. Purpose. We can't live without purpose, And we personally need it ourselves. We've been a mess ever since, and with Canada, like everything else too, has been selling off everything, its healthcare systems quietly, bit by bit, to foreign, international chains. The healthcare industry now and hospital industry is like chains of hospitals, just like supermarkets. And the mess Canada is in with the old age homes and so on was also because the bids were put up for these homes to outside forces outside the country. They came in, took them over, and maximised the profits and don't give a damn about the patients. I really mean that. And they hire the cheapest labour possible. And what happened with the massive panic during the terror campaign caused by the media, they were supposed to give us a terror campaign to get us all to believe it, you see. They terrified the public so much into abeyance that people would stop going into the old folks' homes, to the actual workers. And some of them deserted them, and I know they did that in Montreal, for instance, and elsewhere too. Just terrified the workers, who were not really medical staff. They were caretakers, but not medical staff as such. And they were terrified for their lives as well. They were given no protective gear. And a lot of them just didn't go in, and the folk were left in terrible conditions. Well, it says, this is Canada. We outsource everything and we sold everything off. Because we're so wonderful in Canada. We're so goody-goody to the whole planet now, you see. We're so communistic that things are becoming non-functional or dysfunctional. Facing an invisible enemy, Canadian troops lend a helping hand to seniors. So you got people who are trained to go out and kill folk. This is how desperate it is. Bring them in to help the seniors in the homes. And again, it's a public relations thing as well, naturally. It's not the front line is signed up for, not even a deployment they prepared for, but for some 1,500 Canadian military personnel, their mission now is helping care for elderly residents in long-term care homes hit by COVID-19. It's mainly by the effects of it and the staff getting petrified. Defence Minister Harjit Sajjan conceded Thursday that the deployment facilities in Ontario and Quebec is not a typical Canadian Armed Forces operation. They'll do what they can to help the healthcare providers in long-term facilities maintain the health and well-being of vulnerable Canadians, he says, but Canadians needed their service and they have stepped up. So they brought some medical staff in, I suppose, and said deployed to the homes following requests from Quebec and Ontario for help staffing long-term care homes, which have become COVID-19 hot zones with widespread deaths and illnesses. Well, there's a lot more to the deaths and illnesses too, by the way, than they're telling you here, and actually. And I tell you, things are so politically correct now that you can't even speak about truth anymore and get to the bottom to fix things, just to fix things. I said before, we're so far gone now, we couldn't say what we have to say and do what we have to do to save ourselves. And that's literally what's happening. So 1,000 troops deployed at 22 facilities in Quebec with 670 medical and support personnel working in the homes, while another 350 provide support, such as deliveries of protective equipment. The operation is expected to increase to 1,350 personnel and 25 homes in the coming days. Another thing too, see here's the thing too, as you start to sell off
you start something up like your own healthcare systems, like Britain did. Now Britain is the same. Britain was collapsing totally in its healthcare system, national health system, for years. And last year, one of the biggest sales off the private sector was done in Britain too. And the same thing's happening in Canada, and actually two big American corporations. They're actually foreign owned. It's not even American. They may have a place based in America, like an office, but they're often outside the country. But they're buying up the hospital care of the planet. And things become dysfunctional as they cut and slash and burn. And they bring in, by the way, the bioethics teams, which they promote through universities. The big private corporations decide what's going to get taught. And out come the bioethicists who decide what life is worth and what your life is worth and not worth and blah, blah, who's going to live and who's going to die, yada, yada. And this is where you end up with these kind of messes with the slash and burn techniques that they use. And they'll cut the staff and cut the staff until they've got people who literally have no care at all in the work that they're doing. And you end up with chaos. In some ways, this is related to the same international multicultural system of the United Nations and the global agenda of interdependence. It really is. When you're not training people inside your country and you're bringing in the cheapest labour from outside the country to work in places they have no interest. Often they can't speak the languages in the places either. Britain's got an awful job with that as well. It's just astonishing how cheap they can do. These places and hospitals are part of your infrastructure. These are essential for the community, for the people who live there and the nations. It's the same as selling off your resources, your necessary, essential resources. You don't sell them off to foreign companies and then you fall out with them down the road and you can't get anything that you need. That's what happens with China right now. It's the same with your healthcare systems. You should never sell it off to international corporations who have nothing in common with the people or the nation that they're supposedly going to end up serving. I hate that word serving, as they plunder your bank account and try to give the cheapest care possible for massive profit. You can't do that. Everything in the system is not profit. You've got to understand that too. And governments usually have to accept that there's a cost of running, just like a business, there's a cost of running a business. Businesses today they get taught in business school, try to have no cost at all. They want it all profit. And governments are just the same. Think all the money they're taxing off us all the time. And the money they're throwing abroad rather than spending it at home. And now you have to bring the military in to help out in old age homes. And today, folk are scared to get old because they know about eugenics. They know that they're getting written off now with the hospitals. Well, why don't you just take this pill, and end it all? It's a lot cheaper than treating you. You might live another 10 years if they treat you. You might maybe even more. Why not do the right thing and just take this pill, this little... This is what they're advocating in the hospitals here now. Why on earth would folk are terrified to get into the hospitals now? You're written off if you're a nobody. And I really mean that. They've published it enough in the papers here. Yeah? Quebec, by the way, where they've had so much of the problem with even the old age homes being deserted by the staff who are terrified. And again, a lot of them were sold off to foreign companies. At least people who come in from the countries and bought them up. And Quebec is gung ho for all this. They were at the top of the lead for euthanasia. They were the first ones to really push it big time. And there's articles out there where the rate's going up and up and up. Who folk are just accepting they're being convinced to accept euthanasia. For God's sake, convinced. They have teams that'll try and convince you. They've also got teams that fly all over the countries that try to convince relatives that you should make sure the person's organs are left to good use to get sold abroad or something. This is incredible what's happening. It's a horror show, for God's sake. As we're really lost. This guff you got from the United Nations, the World Order thing, about their happiness. We'll all be happy. What guff? Get back to reality and outside these marketing campaigns and see what's really happening here. It's a damned horror show what's been happening, and disgusting. Heads should be rolling for what's happening to the public here. Where it's all money and cents and dollars, and then their bioethicists get churned out of universities living off the taxpayers' purses so as they can decide which taxpayers are going to get the chop when they go into hospital. Well, you're old now. You don't deserve to live anymore. And that's how they've been trained to look at you. But to get back to a nation, or even leave to go to other nations where there's still a value in human life. For everybody, not just for celebrities and so on. Right? And again, another article saying Canada's military exposes extremely troubling conditions in Ontario's long-term care homes. No kidding, eh? Cockroach infestations, residents left to wallow in soiled diapers. That happened when all the staff just fled the place in Montreal. COVID-19 patients allowed to wander around. Forceful feeding of the elderly, and a culture of fear to use supplies because those cost money. So they're up for high profit. So don't use the supplies. These are some of the horrifying findings uncovered by Canadian Armed Forces personnel dispatched to help in 5 Ontario nursing homes during the coronavirus pandemic. In a searing 23-page military report by Brigadier General Conrad Mikowski, made public Tuesday, Ontario's troubled long-term care system, where 1,538 residents and 6 staff members have died of COVID-19, is laid bare. Of course, Trudeau expressed outrage, all that nonsense, are you sure? He was sad and shocked and disappointed, and he was angry, yeah. I guess they just notice these things, like it's just happening now, eh? They weren't caring a damn about before all this hit. And it says, and then Ford from Ontario, Ford was visibly upset as he spoke with reporters. Sure. And so, again, we're getting an independent, one of these endless commissions that Canada's famous for to examine the long-term care crisis. And get a full public inquiry, which of course will go nowhere because a lot of the folk who own these homes, these chains in the medical system are important. They're very wealthy and they back the politicians, when they run for office. You know that. You know how this system is so corrupt. That's how it works, folks. So anyway, as I say, this is what they give you. I can remember when Obama was running for office, and he said in his talk that he kept using the example of his grandmother, and was it really right that we spent so much money keeping her alive and so on? And he was talking about euthanasia. I was pushing for that. The left wing they're all for euthanasia. There's no religion, no God, no nothing, and human life, just like Julian Huxley said it'd have to do, has been put off of the pedestal and brought down to the level of the animal. And usefulness and non-usefulness, and that's what you're all getting taught. And money rules, and corporations that own all these chains and chains of nursing homes, and they rule, and they own the hospitals too. And they've been privatizing big chunks and chunks and chunks of the hospitals for a long, long time in Britain and elsewhere. As I say, and Britain just sold one of the biggest sell-offs and privatized it last year, in fact. So now they're making them all these temporary superstars through all the PR nonsense. That's all fiction, people. The reality is, I'll go back to where it was again. Because the agenda, same in Canada, is to sell them all off to these very expensive, what do you call it? They're tycoons that own chains of hospitals across the globe. And that's a fact. That's what they're doing here. Our life is becoming nothing, and we unless we're productive, they don't see us as anything except just a purse until the purse is empty. That's what we're seeing. That's what life is now in this system. And another article statement from the SEIU Healthcare President Charlene Stewart on disturbing revelations from long-term care by the Canadian Armed Forces. Well, there's nothing disturbing about it. It's what was expected, really, because it's been going down the tubes for the last 25, 30 years, apparently. All the deaths, too, are through, a lot of them through neglect, folks. There's no doubt about it. And again, the complete chaos to do with who should get into hospital in this day and age. In a system, in Ontario especially, and in Quebec, in a system, as I say, that's run by eugenics, that's run, as I say, according to the age that you are, regardless of how ill or well you are, if they're going to let you into hospital or not, or if they're going to even treat you. This is completely dollar and cents now, folks. I've given talks on this. It's disgusting how we're all labelled as to our value into society or non-value. And if you even get into hospital now and get treatment, they're not going to... I even read the articles that they came out with when the COVID hit, and it says, well, we'll have to decide now who we're going to treat and not treat, dollars and cents, yada, yada, yada. That's what's wrong with our system. And it can only get worse in a communist socialist system run by supposed professionals and experts, you see. And Ontario takes over 5 long-term care homes and extends emergency orders to June the 9th. There's how good we're doing in Canada right now. Quite amazing. And here's the thing too, in that article, Como in New York gave immunity to nursing home executives after big campaign donations were dished out. The critics say the data proves that New York's liability shield is linked to higher nursing home death rates during the pandemic. As Governor Andrew Cuomo faced a spirited challenge in his bid to win New York's 2018 Democratic primary, his political apparatus got a last-minute boost. A powerful healthcare industry group suddenly poured more than $1 million into a Democrat committee backing his campaign. Well, it's just coincidence, folks. Got nothing to do with it. I mean, he wouldn't let that interfere with his work and so on, and his decision-making. What's interesting, too, you've seen, come on, you've got to stop being so naive. You stop making excuses for people who are in charge of things. You know what you would do if you're in charge of certain things, but you always make excuses when they do the wrong things at the top, thinking, well, I guess they've made big mistakes. Stop doing it. You've watched that, and you've read the articles. You've even heard Dr. Birx give her talks there about how they're basically putting everybody down who might have COVID as a COVID death, and they might not have it, no matter what they'd really die of, heart giving up or whatever, or kidneys packing in, or people with chronic illnesses who are dying being put down as COVID deaths, even when they haven't been tested and so on. It makes no difference. They've padded to get the numbers up and up and up. And you've all seen it. You've seen the articles. These are verifiable articles, folks. Not from conspiracy theorists, eh? But then you saw Como ordering the old age homes to take in active cases, people who have tested positive, and put them in old folks' homes. I mean, do you think he's just stupid? You're going to I guess the man's just stupid, eh? You put them to old folks' homes, and you order the homes to take them in regardless, or you charge them. And they take them in, and then it spreads right through the home and they die. Do you really think that's just incompetence? No, that's deliberate, to pad the numbers. Because they don't care about the lives that are getting lost. They don't. These are politicians. Eh? These are people who score high on the psychopathic score testing. That's who go into politics, these kind of people. So, $1 million back to his campaign last year. Eh? Less than 2 years after that flood of cash from the Greater New York Hospital Association, Como signed legislation last month quietly shielding hospital and nursing home executives from the threat of lawsuits stemming from the coronavirus outbreak. Well, that's nice of them. It is great, though, how birds of a feather, a crooked feather, really do stick together, isn't it? I mean, they do look after each other, don't they? So you got to admit it, they do gangs look after gang members. I have noticed that. in their article, focus on the COVID-19 death rate. This is the most frightening aspect of the coronavirus-19 epidemic in the US, is that it brought about exaggeratedly heightened fear of death. That fear, once magnified to proportions which became palpable to the individual, became the basis for dreadful economic and medical policies from governments and crushed the natural optimism of the public. But don't worry, the UN's making up with its New World Order Happiness Day and all that. In early days, we were caught up in a squeeze of conflicting information. Was the COVID-19 a bioweapon gone rogue and destined to indiscriminately wipe out young or old? Or was it another bad flu, or perhaps an extremely bad flu? After all, initial information showed the victims were concentrated in a nursing home in Kirkland, Washington. No cases were reported among the homeless on West Coast streets. No deaths among children were reported. In the closed world of cruise liners and later a military ship, there were lots of early cases and some deaths. As time passed, there was little more bad news. We should have been suspicious of the data. We were mainly focused on the case fatality rate, CFR they call it. Deaths as a percentage of diagnosed cases, which were frighteningly high. We worried about the infection fatality rate, but there was too little data and testing available to have any idea how many people were actually going to be infected. But says these concepts, the CFR and the IFR, are not the most important strategic measures of the severity of the disease. It is the death rate properly defined and understood that should matter for long-term policy makers, or erstwhile more level-headed thinkers in determining policy. In the past few weeks, we've obtained more useful data in the US. There were secrets lurking in the data waiting to be uncovered that could help ascertain what was really happening. The purpose of this report was to do just that, to ascertain what the data are telling us and give us the basis for judging the appropriateness of past and present policies. So they go into the definitions in epidemiological world, such as the CFR and IFR mentioned above. The focus is on the overall death rate, and we don't even have accurate data on how many people have died from COVID-19 alone versus COVID-19 plus some other complications that are already present, such as diabetes, morbid obesity, and prior respiratory complications, any one of which might equally have been the proximate cause of death. There's ample evidence, especially in the Northeast region, there's been overclassification, a euphemism for data bias, meaning lying, fudging. That's what it means, folks. Because, with them all admitting, to put them all down as COVID, they even the AMA sent out forms to doctors showing them how to fill them in, regardless of what they really were going to put them down as the causes of death. But put them down as causes of death anyway. And also you had them. Eventually, they gave up even testing, and said even if they suspected that the symptoms or may have had the symptoms, put it down as definite. So they've padded the numbers. And by the way, can you find the flu cases? You can't find flu cases for the year because I've lumped them all in as well. Try to find how many folk have been diagnosed with the flu this year. You won't find it. This has been an amazing padding job to boost numbers. I'm not saying it has killed people, but they've lumped in all the other deaths too from other things like the flu. And, as I say, who've got comorbidities already, existing morbidities. This is to understand how our minds have been misdirected in understanding the real risks associated with COVID-19. Let's begin with a brain teaser. It'll awaken our numerate minds in preparation for understanding the data deception and misunderstandings that prevail. When is 1.7% greater than 98.3%? In the bizarre world of COVID-19 reported, that is the case. 1.7% is greater than 98.3%. Specifically, deaths amongst a narrow 1.7 group of the population are greater than the deaths from the other 98.3. Numerically, a death may be a death, but from a policy point of view, to be blunt about it, not all deaths are the same. Fact number one, 1.7% of the population in the US reside in long-term medical care facilities. See? And the total is 5.7 million. fact, too, the residents of the LTMCFs, right, long-term care facilities, account for 38,800, or 53% of all COVID-19 deaths. It's mainly old folks' homes. Based on recent data, the rest of the country, the 98.3%, have experienced approximately 34,600 deaths, or 47% of the nation's total COVID-19 deaths. The death rate at the LTMCFs is stunning. That means the deaths expressed as a percent of those living in the medical care institutions is 0.682% more than 50 times the death rate of the rest of the population at 0.012%. The death rate for the overall populations is 0.022%. That should leave you speechless. We have a COVID-19 problem, but we have an even greater and more serious long-term medical care facility problem that is clouding our understanding of the contagion and therefore what our best public health policy should be. Shutting down the economy, the world wherein the 98.3% live and prosper, was too draconian. The feared overloading of the hospital system with emergency patients, which was short-lived, was disproportionately coming from the residents of long-term medical care facilities, not the general public. That's what I've said before. They've locked down the vast majority of the healthy people. First time in history, 98.3% locked down. But pretty well, so many of the deaths have been long-care medical facilities. And by the way, I wouldn't stop there because there's more to this than meets the eye. There really is more to it. And I know that the top, they've seen it, what I've seen. They have to have seen it. But they won't go there because it's so dangerous to even go into it. And I really mean that. It's very dangerous to go into it. But I'll touch on it before I'm finished tonight. By the way, remember, folks, you can help me tick along by going into cuttingthroughthematrix.com website. That's my main website, but I have all the other sites. They're all really main sites of mine, but they're all listed on the com site. And you'll see how to donate to me, how to do it. You can send cash or a check or use PayPal and there's other methods too. And how to get it to me. And my email's there too. You always email me. It's Alan Watt cuttingthrough@yahoo.com. If you ever have to email me, you'll see the link on my website. But again, list all my official sites which are on the com website in case anything goes down. Because the people who are running the world right now, even if this thing disappeared tonight and you never hear COVID again, they're not going to stop the agenda. Every part of the agenda puts them another 2 miles ahead, another 5 miles ahead, another 100 miles ahead, or 100 years ahead, folks. They're not going to backtrack on it. Now, this is a perpetual monitoring system for life, including where you can travel. Can you travel? Will you be allowed to travel, even drive, or even walk outside your own area eventually? This is where they want to go with it all. Track and trace and monitoring. You're owned, and you'll be subject to all these big corporations that have all your data on you and who've been assigned all the new responsibilities of deciding where you can go and where you can't go, and should you go at all or should you stay in your home, yada yada yada, because you didn't take your latest chickenpox vaccine or whatever it happens to be, because this is a mandate for you're going to be a pin cushion for everything they've ever designed and stuff they haven't come up with yet. Yes, you are, because you are profitable. If you have no other purpose, you're going to be profitable for that, folks. Not kidding you. But you have to understand what's happening in old folks' homes, and keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, remember? How so many of the deaths have come from the old folks' homes and long-term healthcare homes as well, they call them, some of them. And you have to and that's very important. That is why. I gave talks years ago, and I said, I've noticed, I keep noticing that the flu every year was always breaking out in old folks' homes. And I read reports that studies had been done on them, Because initially they would say, well, it must be visitors bringing in the flu into the old folks' homes. But then they said, no, they found that some of them were breaking out in the homes and travelling with visitors outside into the community. Very important little thing, because I'll be mentioning that in a little while. Let me see now. Is mandatory vaccination legal in time of epidemic? Of course. And here they go with the usual legalities, trying to take away rights and so on through legalities and much speaking, as I call it, much speaking. And this article goes into should they or shouldn't they, or should they have rights to mandate that you take these and so on and so on. And the 14th Amendment asserts that no state shall make or enforce any law abridging that privilege or immunities of citizens of the United States, or deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law. I love how they do. George Orwell mentioned it in Animal Farm, where the pigs, of course, who were in charge, they were the bureaucratic class for the animals after the rebellion. And the pigs had written their constitution down, you see, in their Bill of Rights and on the wall. And then, of course, some of the animals noticed in the middle of the night there, if they weren't quite sleeping, the pigs would sneak in there and put a ladder up on the wall and go up there with paint. And they didn't just score things out. What they did is add little amendments to the ends of sentences. So I'll say this part again here, because it's what we're talking about. So it says that the law abridging the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, or deprive any person of life, liberty, or property, and then pretty well in quotation marks in a way for the purpose of this talk, without due process of the law. It's like that's been added on. You see what I'm saying? Just like the pig did, in a sense. Because the whole point of it is to safeguard you. You don't need without due process of the law, which negates the whole purpose of it. You understand? I mean, it can be done. What's the point in writing the first part if you're going to negate it with the latter part? Huh? So it's that's how it's done. That's what it's done. But Jefferson talked about this very thing too. So then they come up again with, 1905, Supreme Court addressed mandatory vaccinations regard to smallpox in Jacobson versus Massachusetts, yada, yada. And that's how they go on and take your rights away by confounding the people who listen, without going into the fact, too, of what were the actual results of the vaccination programs that were on the go at that time. You know, you had bigger plagues when they had the vaccinations out. This is in the history books. It's quite amazing what you can dig up, in fact. And nothing's ever exactly as it seems, eh? How many trillions they dished out so far to keep folks staying at home and to keep Wall Street afloat? How many trillions have they tossed all over the place? Even billions to some of the big foundations and the private advocacy groups inside America got billions given to them. Some of the ones that are actually censoring the media. I tell you. Here again, you understand, in a crisis, it's a great opportunity time for making billions when governments are panicking, throwing cash all over the place. Money that won't even be asked to get paid back by the companies. These are like cash grants, just like presents. And it's a great time for these guys, because this is a type of war, and that's when you make the money. That's what Rothschild said too. He says the best time to make money is when blood's running in the streets, when folk are panicking and they need what you've got. A bandage, you can jack up 100%, or 1,000%, 1,000%. They'll buy it. But it says here that media ignores Israel connection to Eric Schmidt's push for New York smart cities. In recent weeks, considerable media attention has been given to the decision by New York Governor Cuomo to tap former Google executive Eric Schmidt to lead a 15-member panel tasked with regaining New York's post-pandemic tech infrastructure, as well as its education, economic, and healthcare system. Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates was also recruited for the initiative by Governor Cuomo, leading some American media outlets to criticize the venture as turning New York into a Silicon Valley science experiment. It's a small world. It's the same names that keep popping up everywhere, isn't it? The gang, the type that Jefferson would talk about. However, it's much more than merely a Silicon Valley experiment. As the last American Vagabond reported last month, Schmidt currently chairs the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence. So he's in charge of the commission, NSCAI it's called, which discussed plans in last May regarding how to remake American society. This is important, actually, because I've read articles about it too. To remake American society to foster the mass adoption of artificial intelligence-driven technologies, including so-called smart cities and related systems of mass surveillance. That commission includes key people not just from Silicon Valley, but also the US military and intelligence communities, a testament to how the divisions between the big tech, the Pentagon, and the US intelligence have become increasingly blurred in recent years. It's been longer than just recent years, I'm afraid. And it says, unsurprisingly, one of the main initiatives from the Schmidt chaired New York panel is set to promote is the fast tracking of smart city implementation as outlined by the Schmidt chaired NSCAI. These are the term reimagining. I first saw it when Bill Gates used it because he wanted to reimagine education through his systems and his program, and of course his education system, they would bring up the children without the use of schools, using this pandemic as the prototype system to test it out on, you see. Reimagining education. So this is reimagining, and the announcement that Schmidt would chair this panel also underscores the point, given that Google's smart city subsidiary Sidewalk Labs describes itself as reimagining cities from the internet up. Smart cities are more accurately defined as cities that are micromanaged by technocrats via an all-encompassing system of mass surveillance and a vast array of Internet of Things, devices that provide a constant and massive stream of data that is analyzed by artificial intelligence. It's your electronic prison system, folks, a hell on earth. That's what it is. That's what it is.
This article goes on to say that notably Cuomo's appointment of Schmidt to lead the panel aimed at reimagining life in New York came right before news broke that a Google subsidiary was scrapping its plans to build a smart city prototype in Toronto. Schmidt still chaired Google's parent company Alphabet when that deal was first negotiated in 2017. At the time, Schmidt had said that Google's effort to turn Toronto into a smart city had come from Google founders getting excited, thinking of all the things you could do if someone would just give us a city and put us in charge. It's true, they want us to pay for it all in their public-private partnerships, where the public pay for it all, and its upkeep and maintenance, and they just take the profit and manage it all, you see. Though smart cities have been largely unpopular among Americans to date, the coronavirus crisis has led to a spate of positive public relations pieces promoting their implementation. Well, we've got to get it in to save us all, save us all. Such as a recent piece in Wired which claimed that smart city planning could slow future pandemics, and an article from Forbes, well, just make prison camps and throw them in. That's do it all fast, there you go. It'd be cheaper too, right? But it'd be rather obvious what they were then, eh? They don't want it to be so obvious. And an article from Forbes about how smart cities are protecting against coronavirus. No kidding you, what rubbish is this, eh? Well, the current coronavirus crisis and Schmidt's increasingly public role in ushering in artificial-driven technological solutions throughout New York have given a boost to the smart city agenda. The plan to create these cities in New York was in the works well before coronavirus. However, those pre-pandemic smart city plans intimately involved one key actor that has thus far gone unnamed in recent media reports, the State of Israel. Because that's part of their big agenda, and technology is one of their sales things. Who will build New York smart cities? And so Cuomo announced a $2 million partnership agreement with the Israel Innovation Authority, a branch of Israel's economy ministry that aims to further strengthen economic development ties between New York State and Israel. The agreement was specifically related to the co-development and commercialization for technologies related to the smart cities, cybersecurity and drones, unmanned aerial vehicles, amongst others. Everything that Israel's producing, actually, they're big in the production of drones, for instance.
A key component of the partnership was the creation of the Smart Cities Innovation Partnership, called SCIP, which Comer's office describes as a new initiative that will share innovative technologies, research talent and business resources between cities New York and Israel. Also stated that New York and Israel will contribute an equivalent amount of matching resources to the project. Como at the time also said that New York's incubator program for startups, an initiative with funds exceeding $5 million, would implement a new focus on Israel companies as opposed to local companies. And regarding the new Smart Cities Innovation Partnership, Dr. Ami Applebaum, chairman of the Israel Innovation Authority and chief scientist of Israel's economy ministry, stated the following: as technology advances and touches every facet of our daily lives, the future of smart cities is just around the corner and highly depends to new and innovative technologies. This collaboration between the ESD, Empire State Development of New York State, and the Israel Innovation Authority, facilitated by our American Operations Desk and Ministry of Economy, Foreign Trade and Administration, headed by Mr. Enon Elroy, Economic Minister to North America, will provide startups an opportunity for pilot validation sites to address the strategic concerns of both states, such as cybersecurity, supply chain, energy, health, transportation, wastewater, water, civic encouragement, parks, public works, and safety. I hope folk are realizing that everything that's to do with anything that involves you or where you live or what you need is going to be run by these corporations from abroad and so on, from all over the planet. I mean, even our taxes are often, if they're Canada, I think are still done over in India. For years it's been done in India. The government sends it over there. Everything's outsourced. What's the point in having government if they outsource it all, you know? And how can you have any privacy when they're also having breaches in these countries because there's so many countries are still very, very corrupt and easy to hack into by willing people who are helping them. But again, you understand that all these things used to be basic essentials. A lot of the stuff is basic essentials for keeping, like infrastructure for keeping the system going. And suddenly they're breaking them down into more lucrative different areas and selling them abroad, having companies abroad own them all, right? They have nothing. It's like the United Nations. Once you sign on to the United Nations, they don't see you as so-and-so that lives in the country of so-and-so. They see your country, if it's lucrative, as a cash source. That's what that's for, taking cash from you. Huh? The whole point of having a nation was folk in the nation should run this stuff, and literally is the only way you can have them stand for the actions they take. You can put them on the stand. They're in your country. They've got responsibilities to the people in the country, and you hold them to it. When it's these faceless corporations across the planet, they got nothing in common with you. Who are you going to complain to? Can't do it. This is the con that's going on here. You can't sell off your infrastructure. You can't do it. And you shouldn't be going into this over. It's just, this is a massive prison camp, the way they're building it up here. There really is. So you won't be able to go anywhere on the planet and get any peace and quiet. That's what George Orwell had in 1984 when he tried to write a diary, because everywhere he went there was cameras watching everything he did. He had to get a little quiet little corner of a room that the camera couldn't quite see him, just to write his little secret notebook, his daily diary. We won't even have that luxury. Oh, yeah. So, this is a partnerships called for the establishment of 5 smart cities and regional economic development councils, regions like New York that would interact with testbed sites created in Israel. It means that this smart city partnership only involves the creation of smart cities in New York, not Israel, but gives Israeli companies a major role in designing these 5 New York smart cities. Business, eh? Yeah. But it goes on and on, and quite a long article actually, and goes into depth, lots of links to it too, to prove her points there. And talks about Israel's government and intelligence services. There's a long history of aggressively spying on the US federal government, and it shows you that too. They found all those different things last year, wasn't it, around the White House? They were grabbing all the cell phone calls by politicians for the White House and so on. In addition, Israel's government under Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has an explicit policy of creating US dependence on Israeli tech companies in order to counter the non-violent boycott and so on. What is interesting, I mean, I've read articles by Netanyahu himself, and he's like a salesman for his country, and he always gives them positive feedback on deals with outside, especially the US is most probably the wealthiest nation that's in, it gives them lots of business. But he says that they're helping to lead in the technological field, and providing all the different stuff that they're going to make essential. See, you must make the business. They make it essential. They only do that when they've got the actual product that they're going to make it essential for you to buy. That's how business works. And there you go. Yeah. But everything is really. I see everything as a big gang, a big gang that runs stuff, and the politicians are all on board with. They get well paid for their conniving, I've no time for politics. I really don't have time for politicians. They are definitely psychopathic. Do you realise the hell we're in the earth? Long before the COVID idea came along. Do you realise how the standard of living we should all be living in if politics was real and they had your best interests at heart? You wouldn't have drugged out camp cities, tent cities across the country, and massive unemployment. It just wouldn't have had. You wouldn't have had all your work exported off to China. You would have had booming industries, including technological. Like the German systems, would have trade schools. If you had lots of factories on the go for manufacturing and so on, people would have function and purpose and have some pride in themselves. If politics worked. Politics doesn't work. It's not meant to work for you. It never was meant to work for you. You've been running with a gang at the very top, a very secretive organization running over these under the guises or over the guises of democracy, running the whole system. And they boast about it, like the Council on Foreign Relations, and Quigley boasted about it for them since he was one of their historians for a while, with their private histories of how they shaped the world and planned the future for that private organization. Another one too, I mentioned this one before, and other folk luckily grabbed it and so on. And it has got it out there as the information travels, because it's too important just to gloss over. Greg G. Wolf, an epidemiologist with the Armed Forces Health Surveillance Branch, now their own health surveillance branch in the Armed Forces of the US. They've got to have it, because you've got to be ahead of the curve. If there is going to be any kind of sickness coming through the world, if you've got an army, if something's going to knock your army out, so you want to be way ahead of everything and pick up on anything at the very beginning, right? So the US Army's got its own health surveillance and like an intelligence branch, and they published a study in the journal of Vaccine, entitled Influenza Vaccination and Respiratory Virus Interference amongst Department of Defense Personnel during the 2017 to 2018 influenza season. The study examined virus interference in the Department of Defense population. It refers to increased risk of other respiratory viruses as a result of, in this case, the influenza vaccine. And I'll go into this in more detail, but briefly here, what they're warning about is that the shots that they were giving for flu, for instance, And this was verified. Canada did it too a few years ago when they suddenly came out in the Canadian Health Authority warning folk not to take the flu shot halfway through the flu season, mind you, the shot season, because they found that the folk who got the flu shot, when they hit the actual flu, they had a massive response, an immunological response to it, over-exaggerated response to the actual flu itself when it hit them. And it opened them up to actually catching the flu as prevalent that year. The way more prevalent, about 36% higher risk of contracting it, I think it was, than folk who had no vaccination. But it's even worse than that because they've got virus interference. Initially, if you got say a jab for the flu, they'll always report that, oh, it's wonderful. Initially you'll get a good antibody response to it. You'll show you antibody. But the thing is, once you hit an actual virus, in the wild, as they call it, in the studies, you get a massive over-response of cytokine storm. And that's what can end up killing you. This has been well known for years, actually, years and years, when you go into the actual laboratory studies that are published in their own publications. This is the military doing this one, right? So it says, it found that virus interference varied amongst vaccinated individuals for individual respiratory viruses, and found that for coronaviruses in particular, in the study, those who had been vaccinated with the flu vaccine, right, had a 36% higher risk of contracting it. Now, I've read this quite a few times over the last month or more, because it's awfully important to understand what they're saying here. If you're getting a flu shot, it can open you up to be susceptible to the coronaviruses in particular. Other kinds. Now keep that in your mind as I go on with this, because it says the study compared the vaccination status of more than 2,000 people with non-influenza respiratory viruses. And there's many other non-influenza respiratory viruses, remember? To more than 3,000 people with pan-negative results. The vaccination status of more than 3,000 cases of influenza were compared to 3 different control groups, and appropriate adjustments were made. The study points out that recently published studies have described the phenomenon of vaccine-associated virus interference. That is, vaccinated individuals may be at increased risk for other respiratory viruses because they do not receive the non-specific immunity associated with natural infection. Right? The study is on to emphasize that there's been limited evidence that the influenza vaccine may actually be associated with the virus interference process. Other studies have found no association with influenza vaccination increased respiratory virus risk. But what they're looking at here, the study says Wolf study found that vaccine-derived virus interference was significantly associated with coronavirus and human metapneumovirus. Right? Now, think about that. To what I said earlier, the largest casualty rate for death has been in the old folks' homes, where it's pretty well mandatory to take the flu shots. And this is just a way of looking at something, and I'm sure the studies are already on the go for all this kind of stuff. It has to be, but I very much doubt if it'll ever be admitted to, because it would be such an incredible outcry if this is the case, folks, isn't it? Wouldn't it? Don't you think so? Think about that. There's no way that they could ever come out. The lawsuits would be the countries would collapse. And the ones at the top that are pushing all this stuff would certainly be, if that's the case, they were talking about the ifs here, right? Just to be legal here, the ifs of it all. But think about that, eh? Think about it. Here's another one, virus-associated immunopathology, right? Animal models and implications for human disease is another article. And it says that the tissue damage caused by virus infection has been traditionally explained by the ability of viruses to multiply in cells and thereby injure or destroy them. Recent evidence suggests, however, that lesions may also be caused by the host's immune response to viral antigens, and that the immune system itself may be perturbed by some viruses. memorandum reviews recent developments in viral immunopathology with special references to animal model systems and indicates the possible relevance of the new concepts and techniques for certain diseases of man. Certain viruses, notably the leukemia viruses and some of those causing persistent infections, depress the host's ability to mount an antibody response to antigens, while other viruses may enhance the antibody response. Cell-mediated immunity may also be depressed. Another immunopathological manifestation of virus infection is immune complex disease, where viruses or other antigens persist in circulation. They combine with specific antibodies, and the resulting complexes lodge in various sites, especially the kidney. Further combination with complement leads to the release of tissue-damaging substances. A third condition associated with virus infection is antibody-mediated immunologic injury. Both oncogenic and non-oncogenic viruses frequently induce new antigens on the surface of the cells they invade. When antibodies attach to these antigens in the presence of complements, the cells are destroyed. It's got a full text here for the whole thing for folk who... I like to go through all this stuff. It's quite interesting. That's from the PMC, National Institute of Health. And it's an interesting study, actually. When you go into the deeper one, you can download their PDF for it as well. Another thing, too, is that they're going to all get their hands out and hoping to get billions and become rich billionaires individually, some of these characters in the laboratories for the vaccine companies. Coronavirus disappearing so fast, says Oxford vaccine, that's what they're trying to make it in Oxford, has only 50% chance of working. Professor Adrian Hill describes the efforts to create a vaccine as a race against the virus disappearing and against time, because the curve's over, you see. It says University of Oxford General Institute and Oxford Vaccine Group began developing COVID-19 vaccination in January using a virus taken from chimpanzees. But with a number of UK coronavirus cases dropping every day, there may not be enough people left to test it, according to Institute's director, Professor Adrian Hill. He told the Sunday Telegraph it's a race against the virus disappearing and against time. We said earlier in the year that there was an 80% chance of developing an effective vaccine by September. But that's amazing, because it'll be the first time in history that would happen. But the moment there's a 50% chance that we get no result at all. We're in a bizarre position of wanting COVID. We're wanting COVID to stay at least for a little while longer. That's what he's on about. So there you go. You know. And I mentioned last week too, the flu vaccine grown in dog kidney cells is another failure. A cell-based flu vaccine called Flucelvax grown in dog kidney cells became available during the 2017 to 2018 flu season, right? Which again is awfully important. It became available during the 2017. That's the same year that the military noticed that folk were coming down, again opened up to, it's actually making them more prone to other non-flu viruses, and it was making them more prone to coronaviruses, different types of coronaviruses, I should say. But that those were grown on a dog, right? Now, don't forget, I mentioned last week too that on their dog kidney cells, the manufacturers will say, well, there's debris, there's actual debris, excess debris, meaning from other things that they're growing from on the kidney cells. And dogs have coronaviruses, different kinds, in their body. You see, they can be harmless, they might be dangerous if they're put into humans, but they have them in their bodies. They're animals, zoonotic. Diseases, you see, transfer from humans to animals and vice versa. That's what it means. So before they used to make most of the vaccines, we're using hen's eggs. And but when you start to put them on tissue of animals, then you start to pick up other, what they call them, often carrier viruses, or you know, often harmless carrier viruses. That's what they called it, even with the polio vaccine. And we know then we end up getting chimp cancer cells into simian virus 40 and put into the vaccine. But anyway, that's another story. But this one here goes on to talk about the dog kidney cells that they were testing then. It was another failure. as the effectiveness of conventional flu shots leaves much to be desired. The new Fluzone vaccine was touted as a new and improved version that would protect more people once the season hit. In reality, a study by the US Food and Drug Administration shows that the shot worked only a little bit better than the conventional flu shot in protecting seniors, which isn't saying much, while flu vaccines overall had only 24% effectiveness in preventing flu-related hospitalizations. And it goes on and on and on for those who again, want to read how it's done. But really it says that it's a mutation in the flu vaccine strain that produced antibodies that didn't work well to neutralize the H3N2 virus circulating in that particular year. These studies highlight the challenges associated with producing influenza vaccine antigens in eggs. And on and on. However, the fact is they say it made folk more prone to catching a coronavirus type. And that's probably the year too, one of the years that they recalls stopped folk from taking the shots halfway through the season. I want to touch on, this is important, it goes with when I mentioned about the elderly folk in nursing homes and they have to take the shots. A lot of the staff do too, remember. That's important as well, folks. They're pretty mandatory for the staff to get the shots as well in the hospitals too. This article here kind of backs it up too. And this here is from Elsevier, the Journal of Translational Autoimmunity. It's one of the big ones. And not a conspiracy site, but it's a scientific site that deals with vaccines and so on. This is important. And I'll put the link up too for those that want to go through it and wade through it. Homology between human and viral proteins is an established factor in viral or vaccine-induced autoimmunity. Okay, vaccine-induced autoimmunity. Failure of SARS, the SARS coronavirus, and the MERS coronavirus vaccines in animal trials involved pathogenesis consistent with an immunological priming. This is important. They call it immunological priming that could involve autoimmunity in lung tissue, right? Due to previous exposure to the SARS and MERS spike protein. Exposure pathogenesis to SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19 likely will lead to similar outcomes. Autoimmunogenic peptides in viruses or bacteria that match human proteins are good candidates for pathogenic priming peptides, similar to the more diffuse idea of immune enhancement. It says here, provide an assessment of potential for human pathogenesis via autoimmunity via exposure, via infection or injection, SARS-CoV-2 spike proteins and all other SARS-CoV-2 proteins. Immunogenic epitopes in each SARS-CoV-2 proteins were compared to human proteins in search of high local homologous matching. Only one immunogenic epitope in a SARS-CoV-2 had no homology to human proteins. Of all the parts of the epitopes that are homologous, this is just try to bear with me, to human proteins are excluded from consideration due to risk of pathogenic priming. The remaining immunogenic parts of the epitopes may still immunogenic and remain as potential viable candidates for vaccine development. What they're going into here as mapping of the genes encoding human protein matches to pathways points to targets that could explain the observed presentation of symptoms in COVID-19 disease. It strongly points to a large number of opportunities for expected disturbances in the immune system itself, targeting elements of MHC class 1 and class 2 antigen presentation. And it goes on to say, if I get to it here, awfully important, autopsies of Chinese citizens who've died from COVID-19 following SARS-CoV-19 infection show evidence of interstitial changes suggesting the development of pulmonary fibrosis. This suggests, at least partly, an autoimmunology basis of pathogenesis of COVID-19. A number of causal bases of autoimmunity from exposure to viral epitopes is well established. And it goes on this. Just bear with it, as I say. And what they're finding, you see, what they're finding, when you dig into it, this article eventually gets to the meat of the problem, I'd say. They're describing the symptoms of people in China on post-mortem autopsy, the effects that this virus has had on their system and their immune system too. And it says the public health consequences from some viruses can include impaired immunity, encephalitis, long-term neurological disease such as demyelinating disorders, and relapsing events such as those seen in multiple sclerosis. Both genetic and environmental factors are thought to contribute both to the severity of viral infections and in determining who will develop autoimmune conditions. Now, autoimmune conditions are where you have problems after shots. You come down with arthritis. You can come down with all kinds of problems, incredible allergy systems, stuff like that you never had before. Allergies of all kinds, rashes, hypersensitization to different things, and so on. Are effects of something attacking, it's affected your immune system until your immune system is then attacking your own body, like your joints, or your tendons, or your spine, or wherever it happens to go to. That's what happens. And this is understood in a lot of these big companies at the top, by the way, that give you vaccines. That it's always downplayed. They don't want the public to know, and even though they have their own statistics of many folk will probably get it, and so on and so on. Anyway, this goes on to say mortality in the SARS-CoV-2 infection from COVID-19 is highly age-dependent, with older patients having the highest probability of death. The etiology of the age-specific mortality seen in COVID-19 is largely unknown. SARS-CoV-2 and SARS-CoV-2 coronaviruses targets the epithelial cells of the respiratory tract, right? Resulting in diffuse alveolar damage. That's why putting them on the ventilators often just blows them. The tiny little air sacs just bust. Poof. They're already swollen and inflamed and very fragile. Even when they're healthy, they're fragile. Because other tissues are obviously also potential targets for viral immunopathology, including mucosal cells of the intestine. A lot of viral viruses, even the synthetic viruses from vaccines often end up, they've done this autopsies on autistic children, for instance, and they often find, they can actually tell that they find the synthetic viruses, or made in labs basically for vaccines, have made their home in intestines in some of these kids. There's official reports on them. This isn't made up stuff, you know. So anyway, it says, so they're talking about what they often do, including mucosal cells of the intestines, epithelial cells of the kidneys, brain cells, neurons, and cellular components of the immune system. In severe cases of SARS, unlikely SARS-CoV-2, this viral targeting leads acutely to pneumonia. Exposure to other viral and ambient antigens are known causal factors in chronic autoimmune disorders of the airways, including asthma. So you can end up with that too. The role of autoimmunity in enhancing the severity of secondary exposures following prior infection or vaccination, listen to this, has been given little consideration. Among coronaviruses, the spike surface glycoprotein is known to play a role in neuroimmunopathology. However, the SARS-CoV-2 virus has numerous other proteins and polyproteins, each which may serve as an antigen source during infection, leading to autoimmunity. The immune system presents those proteins, like all human proteins, as normal. T cells are trained to recognize a normal protein shape in the thymus. Biomimicry between or among proteins from pathogens, infections, or injection can conflate the signaling by creating a population of memory B cells, especially if the reaction switches from a Th1 towards a Th2 response. In SARS, a type of priming of the immune system was observed during animal studies of SARS spike protein-based vaccines, leading to increased morbidity and mortality in vaccinated animals. This is awfully important, this bit, right? I'll say it again. In SARS, a type of priming of the immune system was observed during animal studies of SARS spike protein-based vaccines, leading to increased morbidity and mortality in vaccinated animals who were subsequently exposed to wild SARS virus. So they gave them the vaccination first, right? And then they want to see, by exposing them to the actual wild SARS virus, if they develop antibodies, that's what they would do. But the problem, when they give them after the shot, when they give them the actual wild virus after the vaccination, they had a massive autoimmune problem. That's where you had the complete immunopathology effect with eosinophilic infiltrates into the lungs, and you find bleeding in the lungs and all that. So found that ferrets, obviously previously vaccinated against the SARS-CoV, also developed a strong inflammatory response in liver tissue, causing hepatitis, and both studies suspected a cellular immune response. What happens is it goes on to say you get an immune enhancement. It's not just immunity, but an enhancement. It's over enhancement, and you have the cytokine storm setting in. So the vaccine has primed your system, almost like a hyper priming. So that when it hits the actual virus it was intended to stop, or even some other types of viruses, by the way, it goes into beyond overdrive, and it's your body's response that eventually comes back and kills you. That's in this actual article. And this is a study. This is massive studying from laboratories, right? It's not someone just playing about in their kitchen with some jars and tweezers and a pair of scissors. This is laboratory testing for vaccine companies, and it says that so they had this cellular immune response. The types of unfortunate outcomes are sometimes referred to as immune enhancement. However, this nearly euphemistic phrase fails. This is it's great how they use terminology, because folk would read it and think, oh, it's an immune enhancement. It's to cover what they're really saying. It says, however, this nearly euphemistic phrase fails to convey the increased risk of illness and death due to prior exposure to the SARS spike protein. For this reason, I refer to the concept as pathogen priming. It's really a pathogen priming. The peptides with pathogenic potential, therefore, are referred to as putative pathogenic priming peptides. That's what he puts down here on this one. And in the study, presenting likely human epitopic targets of biomimicry-induced autoimmunological components of morbidity and mortality caused by SARS-CoV-2 infection. This is achieved via bioinformatic analysis of the homology between highly immunogenic SARS and so on. It goes on and on and on. But you can see when they're talking about your immune system, it might initially, after a shot, show that you've got some antibodies to the thing. However, once they hit the real thing, the real virus in the wild, your system goes into overdrive, and rather than protect you, your immune system is going to end up killing you. That's always been known here. But it's good to get more and more verifications of it through different studies and so on. And it says the fact that the pathogenic priming may be occurring involving autoimmunity against multiple proteins following CoV vaccination is consistent with other observations observed during autoimmunity, including the release of pro-inflammatory cytokines and cytokine storm. Similar to the SARS-CoV, animal studies found that mice vaccinated against MERS-CoV, Middle East Respiratory Syndrome development, exaggerated pulmonary immunopathology when challenged with the MERS virus following vaccination. So again, after vaccination, you expose them to the actual wild virus, and they get a massive immunological response until it kills them. They reported that lung mononuclear infiltrates were observed in all groups after a virus challenge, and that increased infiltrates that contained eosinophils and the eosinophil promoting IL-5 and IL-13 cytokines were observed only in the vaccinated animals. And by the way, that's a standard thing. You'll find eosinophils in the lung wash, as they call it, when they find it. And eosinophils are one of your blood cells, is a type that will go to war anything it shouldn't be there in their lung system, the respiratory system, pretty well. And you'll find it crossing through the barrier and again through the tissue and you can actually find it on certain swab tests and so on. I had that when I came down with a massive reaction against a whole multiple booster shots of vaccines back in the 90s. They gave me the complete onset of rheumatic fever, high fever and the whole thing, and went from my joints. Again, my immune system started immediately attacking my joints, and it was quite an awful time. I never really repaired from that at all. And then you end up getting put on to combat it, heavy-duty cortisone at the time, which opens you wide up to bacterial infection setting in, and I had naturally pneumonia from that too. And then, of course, to combat the pains in the joints, they give you certain non-inflammatory drugs as well, and anti-inflammatory drugs, and they burn holes in your stomach, so then you're on pills for the stomach. I mean, it just goes a complete circle, all because I had those booster shots at the time at this, and it was horrible. I mean, horrible. I was crippled for a while, and parts of my spine got destroyed as well. There's no doubt about it. But that came from booster shots, and again, that's what happens. They found eosinophils. I mean, the doctor got that. I want you to see the study and the blood test, and I saw right away once I saw the eosinophil reaction there. I said, that's it, and that's what caused it. And here you have articles like this, studies pretty well verifying the same kind of reactions. And what you'll find on, I wasn't dead to do an autopsy naturally, but I was almost at that stage, and so there you go. And pathogenic priming being more or less severe in vaccine or infection-induced immune responses to some proteins than for others due to original antigenic sin, they call it. Right? The immunologic reaction against self-antigens may be made less severe as fast-evolving viruses evolve away from the original vaccine type. Thus, the screening of immunogenic epitopes for pathogenic priming potential via homology may be augmented by studies of autoantibodies that cross-react with epitopes included in vaccines. But so there you go. It's in the quest to try and get antibodies produced because of the techniques that they're using, and even the animals that they're using for and so on, you end up with other, they call it debris getting in, foreign matter getting in. It isn't just what they want for the vaccine, it's this other stuff off the animal, kidney tissue and so on, that they put in there with other coronaviruses. They end up altering it, and then when your body's faced with an actual wild coronavirus, your body goes into hyper overdrive with all guns blazing, and literally everything's rushed to those lungs of yours, and you need treatment right away to save your life, or you're pretty well doomed. Well, think about that, and think about the articles I read previously about the 2017 as one example. A vaccine had to get recalled halfway through the season when they found out that folk were having the same kind of when actually it was opening them up to coronavirus infection, making them more prone to it. And that wasn't the first time either, because that happened a few years before that. And the Health Canada had to come out there and try to advise folk to stop taking it at that particular time. But this article here is from the Journal of Translational Autoimmunity, and it's from the Elsevier journal, and it's also part of, I think, it's the British health system there, or the Lancet type. I think they're involved with the Elsevier journal. And this one here is also by James Lyons Willer, Institute of Pure and Applied Knowledge, USA. Anyway, there's some of the stuff. You got to tell you, it's a sad thing. I don't think most doctors really ever admit to getting much training at all. It's almost like a byproduct at the very end of the training when they get maybe a few hours of vaccines, and that's it. And they take everything on faith too from then on. It's just, I mean, why would you think people would be lying to you? You take it for granted that everything's real well tested. They're no different than anybody else until they start to see some of the patients come back with obviously problems from what's happened, and then it's a matter of bread and butter for them versus causing a stink, you know. And I've got another article too on the bracelets, but I won't go into this one here. So you get pretty well fed up with it all. There's that much on it, isn't there? But think about that when you're going to have a pathological response to shots for a lot of people. And who's mainly got the shot? Well, who has to take it? It's just a matter of investigation, and I think a lot of investigation should be done about that as to the health staff. I noticed another article too I'll put up. I got it last week, and I thought, my goodness, it's a picture of so many of the folk in the British health system, in England, and I should say, who died. And I noticed at the time most of them were of non-white ethnicities. They were Asian and African and different people, India. A few white people, overweight, very overweight, but of 100 and maybe 10 of them, most of them, the vast majority were different ethnic groups. And then I thought at the time, once again, these are folk working in the hospitals. But also, the studies said that these particular groups seem to be more prone to it, and they generally ruled out anything. They went into, well, it's maybe socio-economic and all this. No, because the people who they were looking at, some of them were doctors, and they had much better incomes than a lot of the people outside the hospital staff. So it wasn't that. It wasn't hygiene. It wasn't good food. It wasn't lack of good food, I should say, or lack of good nourishment. So it seemed to be more of maybe the ethnic makeup, something genetic that was made them more prone to it. And we know that too, that the ACE2 receptor sites are more profuse in some of these people. So I think that's maybe got something to do with that one too. So there's other factors involved too with that, and that's been looked into. It said in the article, it's a Daily Mail one, I think. They're actually looking. Some organisations or laboratories are looking into that to try and get some common denominators to find out why certain folk are getting hit harder than other people. And all this will maybe come out years later, you know. But as I say, if there's anything at all to do with problems, autoimmune problems from vaccinations, that'll be. They can't come out and tell that. Not after all of this. If that's got something to do with it. I don't know. We don't know yet. As I say, there's a lot of studies kind of pointing to it, but I can't see anybody come out and admitting to that. But it's a thought, isn't it? Now, what I've got to go into here is this whole idea, and I mentioned it last week, that this magic, you know, everything's magic that comes from Fauci and the rest of them, and your talismans to venture outside, and your masks there, and your hand sanitizer. You can wave it in front if you want to, just like you'd wave one of these things in the church, you know, with the smoke coming out of it. And, because all this stuff really is voodoo for what's happening. The lockdown of healthy people is literally, as I say, guaranteed to make it spike come the fall, late fall. So therefore they want that to spike, I'd say, in the fall. And then you get this whole idea with social distancing, and people are paranoid. Everybody who watches TV, I'm sure you've all noticed it, that they've said that women are freaking out. They'll start to yell out, get 6 feet away, get 6 feet away, you know. 5 feet's just not far enough. It's going to be 6 feet away and all this. They really believe all this. That's the war of terror. The daily terror box is the whole thing. Orwell talked about it. But here's where it came from, if you don't know. Right? Who started this social distance? You never got this idea of social distancing. No? But the idea came up about 2006. From where? From a schoolgirl, right? This is the usual rags to riches nonsense they always give you. A schoolgirl, right? Laura M. Glass, her name was Glass. And this idea of social distancing was put out with the help of her dad, Robert J. Glass, who worked for the military-industrial complex. And he worked at Sandia National Laboratories, Albuquerque, New Mexico. So targeted social distancing to mitigate pandemic influenza can be designed through simulation of influenza spread within local community social contact networks. We demonstrate this design for a stylized community representative of a small town in the US. So it's a computer program. And the girl, they're all trying to do little make-believe things for school. But Daddy helped. Daddy helped. The critical importance of children and teenagers in transmission of influenza is first identified and targeted. For influenza as infectious as 1957-1958 Asian flu infected, closing schools and keeping children and teenagers at home reduced the attack rate by 90%. For more infectious strains or transmissions that is less focused, blah, 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 blah. So at the start of an influenza pandemic, effective vaccine and antiviral drugs may not be available to the general population. If the accompanying illness and death rates of the virus strain are high, how might a community respond to protect itself? Closing roads, restricting travel, and community-level quarantine will enter discussion. However, within a community, influenza spreads from person to person through social contact network. Therefore, understanding and strategically controlling network during a period of pandemic is critical. So go through the whole agenda that we're going through. This is made up, I think it was 2006. You never had this nonsense before. Once computers were taken in to start ruling their lives, it's like Ferguson with these, well, millions are going to die, and all that stuff. Same nonsense. And the computer models they use at the PCC for the group for parliamentary or for climate change at the United Nations, IPCC, all computer modeling, which always give you scary scenarios and scary outcomes. So here's what they came up with, and this is what they sold to the government. Now the Pentagon even approached them supposedly because they knew the daddy, And it really fitted the bill. If you wanted to bring the country down to a standstill, you'd implement this whole agenda. This is what we're living through. It's got nothing to do with what you think it's going to do. It was literally a computer program, right? And there's an easier article here that came out about it, about how it was even designed. The 2006 origins of the lockdown idea, right? And it says, now begins the grand effort on display in thousands of articles, news broadcast daily, somehow to normalize the lockdown and all its destruction of the last 2 months. We didn't lock down almost the entire country in 1968 to 69 or 57 or 49 to 52 or even during 1918. But in a terrifying few days in March 2020, it happened to all of us, causing an avalanche of social, cultural, economic destruction that will ring through the ages. There was nothing normal about it. We'll be trying to figure out what happened to us for decades hence. How did a temporary plan to preserve hospital capacity turn into 2 to 3 months of near universal house arrest that ended up causing worker furloughs at 256 hospitals? That actually laid them off. A stoppage of international travel, a 40% job loss amongst people earning less than $40,000 a year, a devastating every economy sector, mass confusion and demoralization, a complete ignoring of all fundamental rights and liberties, not to mention the mass confiscation of private property with forced closures of millions of businesses. So it's got a bizarre tale. It's what truly surprising is just how recent the theory behind lockdown and forced distancing actually is. So far as anyone can tell, the intellectual machinery that made this mess was invented 14 years ago, and not by epidemiologists, but by computer simulation modelers. It was adopted not by experienced doctors, they warned ferociously against it, but by politicians. And who's getting all the contracts out of it? By the politicians, the big corporations that manage your lockdown and track and trace you and all that kind of stuff, Let's start with the phrase social distancing, which has mutated into forced human separation. The first I heard about it was in 2011 movie called Contagion. The first time it appeared in the New York Times was February the 12th, 2006. And the link to that is here too, by the way. And it says, if the avian flu goes pandemic, while Tamiflu and vaccines are still in short supply, experts say the only protection most Americans will have is social distancing, which is a new politically correct way of saying quarantine. But distancing also encompasses less drastic measures like wearing face masks, staying out of elevators, and the elbow bump. Such stratagems, experts say, will rewrite the way we interact, at least during the weeks when waves of influenza are washing over us. Maybe you don't remember the avian flu of 2006 didn't amount to much. It's true that that's going to kill us all too. It says, despite all the extreme warnings about its lethality, H5N1 didn't turn into much at all. It was hardly noticed, in fact. What it did do was send an existing president, George W. Bush, to the library to read about 1918 flu and its catastrophic results. He asked for some experts to submit some plans to him about what to do if the real thing comes along. And then the New York Times tells the story from there with a link on it too. So 14 years ago, two federal government doctors, Richard Hatchett and Carter Metcher, met with colleagues at a burger joint in suburban Washington for a final review of a proposal they knew would be treated like a piñata, telling Americans to stay home from work and school the next time the country was hit by a deadly pandemic. When they presented their plan not long after, it was met with skepticism and a degree of ridicule by senior officials who, like others in the US, had grown accustomed to relying on the pharmaceutical industry with its ever-growing array of new treatments to confront evolving health challenges. Doctors Hatchett and Metcher were proposing instead that Americans in some places might have to turn back to an approach of self-isolation first widely employed in the Middle Ages. And so this is the story of how this idea became the heart of the national playbook for responding to the pandemic. So you had Metcher, the Department of Veterans Affairs physician, and Dr. Hatchett, who was an oncologist turned White House advisor, to overcome intense initial opposition. It brought their work together with that of a Defense Department team assigned to a similar task. It had some unexpected detours, including a deep dive into history and so on the Spanish flu. And so it was kicked off by a high school research project pursued by the daughter of a scientist at the Sandia National Laboratories. You actually see how they can smell the collusion of all, and the money they could see would be ahead of. The concept of social distance is now intimately familiar to almost everyone. But it first made its way through the federal bureaucracy in 2006 and 2007, and it was viewed as impractical, unnecessary, and politically infeasible. Then in the course of the planning, neither legal nor economic experts were brought in to consult and advise. Instead, it fell to Metcher, formerly of Chicago, and an intensive care doctor with no previous experience in pandemics, and the oncologist Hatchett. But the girl, the high school daughter of 14, her name is Laura M. Glass, and she recently declined to be interviewed when the Albuquerque Journal did a deep dive history of this history, it says. Laura, with some guidance from her dad, some devised a computer simulation that showed how people, family members and co-workers, students, and people in social situations interact. So they made up how many folk they meet in a day and yada 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 for the computer program and yada yada. And I guess through the daddy's friends and stuff, they eventually got a visit from the Pentagon, who I'm sure mulled over and thought this is a great way to shut down a country. So that's what I'm adding. This is my own ideas here, and what they could and the money they could make off it and all the rest of it. I'm pretty sure of that. Anyway, it says the paper is called Targeted Social Distancing Designs for Pandemic Influenza, 2006, and it says that they conclude with a chilling call for what amounts to totalitarian lockdown, which we're in, right? All stated very matter-of-factly. Implementing of social distance strategies is challenging. They likely must be imposed for the duration of the local epidemic and possibly until a strain-specific vaccine is developed and distributed. So amazing that has become the law, isn't it? This idea, huh? This idea from a schoolgirl, right? whose dad has worked for the military-industrial complex. So that's what Fauci said too from the beginning. He says, well, you've got locked down until we get a vaccine. Right out of the playbook. If compliance with the strategy is high over this period, an epidemic within a community can be averted. However, if neighborhood communities do not also use its interventions, infected neighborhoods will continue to introduce influenza and prolong local epidemic, albeit at a depressed level more easily accommodated by healthcare systems. So in other words, it was a high school science experiment that eventually became a law of the land, and through a circuitous route, propelled not by science but by politics, I would say, and folk in the know who probably saw big bucks, especially when the Pentagon got involved in it and went to talk to them. So there you go. I mean, and by the way, I'll put another link up as well to the Britain who said, well, we'll probably just bring it down to 3 feet apart now. It's just the same. There'll be no real noticeable difference. So that was all bogus to start with, folks. You can't have it being the law of the land. Oh my God, they'll die if you go under 6 feet. It's so contagious well, 3 feet's okay, no real difference to it. So why not have it 3 feet at the beginning then, or 2 feet, or 1 foot, or just stand on top of each other's heads? What does it matter? You realize how bogus all this is, folks? You're starting to get the picture here, Quite amazing, Now, George Soros is offering to rectify the money problem. He's awfully good at rectifying, or actually wrecking. The first part of rectifying is wreck. Is good at destroying countries with his scams as he plunders nations. That's how he got his cash and so on. Generally, the nations, they helped him out when he fled there, like Britain. And then he boasts about it too. Once he crashes the economy, and if they borrow money to his friends, or from his friends, who of course lent to Britain. It's quite a scam, and he gets away with it. But he's a very important guy who's obviously way up the tree on the big world intelligence system that runs it all on behalf of the truly top globalists. But he says here that Europe should tap up an obscure bond used during the Napoleonic Wars to save itself from coronavirus depression. We've all got depression from the coronavirus, I think. So he's got the answer, and because he's into hedge funds and all that. And he introduces this bond that was issued after the Napoleonic Wars. That's actually during it too, to fund the armies against Napoleon. And we know the history of that, and how the Bank of England got lost, put that way, and taken over. But he says, rather than we just issue a new type of bond, you see, that the government will have to pay out for people who buy the bonds. But the government never has to pay the actual amount owing, you see, just an interest on it forever. That's forever. Isn't that kind of familiar, that perpetual debt idea, And of course, it gives a very low interest rate, which of course will never ever be implemented or stuck to once it's in place. And he and a few of his friends, I'm sure, that they came up with this scam, will make fortunes forever, and their children and grandchildren, no doubt, too. Because you never pay the amount borrowed back from the government. Doesn't it just pays interest out on it, you see? And it says, but that's forever. You pay that interest in perpetuity. Well, we kind of heard this before, isn't it? Got echoes of something. And so perpetual debt forever and ever. And debt, of course, is slavery. And those who actually end up owning the bonds own the country. But they already own the country anyway, the big guys who manage the con game of money. And but that's what he's suggesting that they all do. He's an answer to it all. And of course, you have to jack up the taxes, you see. Because, the taxpayer always pays for the vultures to get rich. And the tax, so that's an old, it's as old as ancient Sumer, pretty well, this idea. Because then they have to tax the taxpayers more, new taxes to pay the interest on this owing for the bonds and so. Oh, what a scam, eh? Look, this is semi-new. He's saying, who's kidding who here? But there you go. That's how the nonsense goes. I mean, the whole money system is a racket anyway. And another article too, I mentioned already, was the government advisors, this is in the UK, says easing to the 2 meter rule, right? So easing the 6 feet odd, to 1 meter will have no significant impact on risk of spreading coronavirus. As the ministers, the politicians say, pubs with gardens could be first hospitality businesses to reopen in July. And Professor Robert Dingwall said it could allow 4 times as many people into a space. They're awfully good at counting, eh? This is why they're professors, you understand. Yeah? You can get 4 times as many folk into the same space, you see, by doing this. You see, this guy's a genius. But there you go. So before it was lethal, right? It's lethal if you were, and they terrified mainly women actually by TV propaganda and like repetitive terror every day for months now. And the women were freaking out if people were breaking the 6 feet rule, by a few inches. Well, now we find out, well, it was all kind of nonsense. You don't really need that anyway, even though it was nonsense dreamed up by Ms. Glass and her daddy, who worked with a military contractor. The whole idea of the 6 feet idea. Nonsense, absolute rubbish. But so you can half it now. Half it. It did no significant impact, you see. And that's how they work out the nonsense, eh? Before it's law, and folk could get batoned and their heads beaten in if they broke it and spoke up about it. But now it's okay to go half the distance now, you see. Oh, well, that's all right. Another new normal. It's great how the new normals, you see, because they're based on nothing except computer models and big incomes for the con people who design them, these programs. The computer says. There you go. And we'll have to jump to it. This is not how you govern people with these computers. You see, chronology has always been, they've always used science to get what they want, to take away rights away and freedoms and so on. Well, it's scientific, That's the modern time since the Enlightenment. It's science, but really it's not that at all. Now they use the computer. You can't argue with a computer. It's pure logic. Is it really? You only feed into it. It only comes out what's fed into the thing. So there you go. It's like a stacked deck in a Chinese restaurant where they've already pre-written all the little fortune cookie messages for you. It's all pre-written, you see. This message says you will come back to this restaurant again because you love it and it brings you good luck. Then the next message says, and if you don't come back to the restaurant, you'll have bad luck. That's just another scam like that. That's what computers are all about. So I'll put these up tonight as well. So that's Mr. Soros, the man who wrecks nations. And as he wrecks them, he boasts this. And there's nothing personal as he crashes economies and profits from it. It's just business, he says. He actually said that in one of his little talks. And no one votes for this guy. The guy who literally funds massive NGO armies and anti-fund different groups and so on. No one votes for this guy. Don't you get the message that the real system is way above politics? It contains guys like Soros. It's a big club at the top, Now, another one, too, I mentioned this, is, and I've already put down how the origins of the lockdown idea came, again, with Miss Glass and her daddy. But you've got to read it. What's running our lives right now is just astonishing. Because the next step, I was just thinking about this today. So here are computers and some kid's idea. And of course, that's got millions for this idea since the Pentagon came into, because they could use an idea to crash economies across the planet. It's like a warfare thing, you understand? And again, the big banks, they want to reevaluate the currency system and the techniques of currency, and even the value of currency, reset it, they like to call it. Because we were stagnant from the last crash in 2007 and 2008 when they reset it then. Well, and with negative interest rates and so on, you see. So they all wanted this thing. So they grabbed on this 6 feet distances and all that kind of stuff and put into computer programs. So the military were behind it as well. And the military has nothing to do with protecting their country. It's like the CIA. It's the same thing at the top. They have agendas you'll never fathom. And it's not to benefit you. You'll get given the tab, though, the bill for all. But I was thinking of that, with the 6 foot nonsense now, you can have it to, maybe 3 feet would be okay. A drunk Hindu priest in India, I think it's India, beheads man in Indian temple as a human sacrifice to goddess who came to him in a dream and said it would end the coronavirus. Okay? So Sansari Ojha decapitated Saroj Kumar Pradhan, 52 years old, in Cuttack on Wednesday. He had a long-standing feud with Pradhan and had been drinking on the night. The police surrendered to police the following day and the axe was seized. I was just thinking of that, you see, that this is what they said would appease the goddess, you see, and the coronavirus would disappear. Eh? And I don't know if he convinced the guy to allow his head to be taken off or not. They say he didn't like the man, but who knows, eh? And it says that Ojha was heavily drunk at the time and surrendered to police the same day after coming to his senses. So the goddess in his dream told me to sacrifice a human in order to bring an end to the pandemic. Well, I was waiting to see if it would work. Eh? I'm sure there's a lot of people. You look at what the World Health Organization and Fauci and the rest of it, and Ferguson, Neil Ferguson, we're going to have millions just in the US alone die here of this thing. And it would, oh my God, the world would drastically reduce the population, eh? And we'd have to stop our whole existence and have a whole new way of living. Luckily it was all drafted up before the virus, the whole idea for a new world order. And they just have to brush the dust off the plan, and present it to us. But I was just thinking, since everything else fell flat and their numbers crashed into dust, and all their computer predictions were completely wrong, and they've crashed economies across the planet, I was just thinking, well, since they came out with this voodoo nonsense with the computer and all that, all the false numbers and even social distancing that was invented in 2006, as I've mentioned, by that girl and their daddy, and heavily funded by them, I'm sure, to get contracts from the military. Complete bogus nonsense, you understand. Viruses don't give a darn how far you are from somebody. If a breeze comes along or a door opens in a store or your own house, it's going to blow all around in circular motions all around the house, for goodness sake. Eh? Don't you understand that simple fact? But anyway, facts don't matter with a big agenda. So anyway, I was thinking the World Health Organization, they gave you all the scary numbers and scary scenarios and total lockdown the whole planet and crashing economies and that. Maybe they're watching this priest, Sunsari Ojha, to see if there's any luck with bringing down the pandemic. It's time for the pandemic to roll over, actually. It usually has about 3 months, that's standard, and then it dies off. And then folk have got, if they've been allowed to mingle, they'll have some kind of herd immunity. That's normal. That's a normal thing with them. But they'll be waiting to see if it works. And they might start asking for sacrifices at the WHO. You never know. You just never know, eh? Because you can't poo-poo other folks' beliefs, not in this modern world. And I can see them all standing there behind Trump, and you have Fauci there, doing his voodoo stuff. And he'll have shares, of course, and all kinds of things that might just help. And then you have Dr. Birx behind him nodding the head as they announce what they have to do to bring this pandemic to an end. Right? I mean, you never know. It's just a step from the computer models with drastic prognosis and outcomes, vastly over-exaggerated. So, and that took a lot of faith to believe in that nonsense. So they can surely can take a step and go the next step and copy India, for goodness sake. Eh? What about it? Well, you never know. We're just dumb peasants at the bottom, they tell us. And here's the geniuses at the top, crashed the whole planet's economy. And now they're telling us, like Kissinger too, with the world order and the whole thing, and the United Nations with its New World Order announcements, and the Rockefeller Center New World Order announcement. All this old plan just, again, blow the dust off it, presented to the public, and we're supposed to believe it all just happened spontaneously out of nothing. And a whole new way of living, a whole new different kind of economy, a whole new sustainability, folks. They'd been prattling about it for years at the WEF and the Club of Rome. And bingo, they get what they want. with under a different guise, using a different scare tactic, you see. But there you go. That's what they're doing in India, at least in one little instance of it. And India's really had it terribly hard because they'd never had an abundant food supply to start with. They got a huge population and a huge lower class, working class people who are often transit, and they move to where the work is seasonally and so on. And they were all locked up in areas. They couldn't even go back home. And what a terrible disaster there. And they've got a long ways to get out of it too. So it's really rather sad what's happening in different countries as they try. We haven't seen it all here yet too. If the ones at the top, the characters at the top have their way, will be in rationing before the end of the year. I mean really strict ration. They want this. This is what austerity is. This is their austerity program at the United Nations, which all your countries and your politicians signed onto years ago. That's what it is. You're living through an agenda, a script. And then to global capitalism, world government, and the coronavirus. That's Chusodowski Global Research, repeating the same kind of stuff, really. And they mention the military-industrial complex in the councils of government. We must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought by the military-industrial complex. And the potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. President Dwight D. Eisenhower, January 17th, 1961. And of course, the World Health Organization has been raising itself up, using a pretext as a justification to triggering a worldwide process of economic, social, and political restructuring. That's what the New World Order is about. That's what they mean. So it's quite amazing to watch all happening. So I'll put these articles up tonight too, and hopefully you people can remember where they come from and who present them to you. And at least some of the people should mention to repeat them in their own article and new shows and so on, where they got it, because I'm doing a lot of work for nothing for other people who don't even give you the thank you here and there. But I do thank the people who support me over these years, and as I say, I don't have the wealthiest class following me, at least that's how it seems. But I have people who help me out here and there, because it costs a lot of money to do what I do, and I can't do anything else when I'm doing it, you understand? And I knew when I started, it only came out because I knew it was time to come forward with the knowledge and understanding of what was really happening, and managed to change even the so-called Patriot movement into a wider understanding that this wasn't just the US, this was a whole global system, and your governments had all signed on annually to new agreements to create a new system for the whole planet. Gave all the data and all the rest of it, and the depopulation stuff, yada yada yada. So go to cuttingthroughmatrix.com, and as I say, you can buy the books and discs, or you can donate to me, straightforward. How to do it, cuttingthroughmatrix.com. List all my official sites there in case any of them go down, and hopefully I can keep ticking along for a little while longer, because the big characters at the top really mean war. This is war against the general population. You don't plan this for years on behalf of the rulers of the world, as they've done, just to let it go because people want their rights back. They don't play that way. We're in for really tough times, believe you me, and you're going to see the heavy fist, and then the iron fist come out from underneath the glove, the velvet glove. And that's what they want to do right now. They worked for this for years to get us to this stage, and they're not going to back off now. And no matter how farcical the excuses are given and infantile the excuses are, it doesn't matter. An agenda must be accomplished. That's how they see it. That's how they see it. Now, I'm also going to put up really I think it's the new RA Sentinel. It's a PDF form. And it's got articles in it to do with like TV as a psychosocial weapon. And it's got a nice little picture there. The people will believe what the media tells them they believe. George Orwell said that there. It goes into the physical way in which TV affects the brain. I used to do talks on that years ago when I had the flicker rate. So we used to have a flicker rate at one time. And it would turn you into the alpha state, which is really very hypnotic, very quickly too, within 30 seconds of watching TV, you go into the alpha state where you don't know it, but you go into it all right. And they go into the different states, the beta and alpha and so on, theta and delta. But alpha is the one for getting ideas across to the general public without them really being aware they've been indoctrinated. And it's also why you really enjoy watching fantasy, because you're in the movie. And like I say, in danger and horror movies, you can't look away because you're the person in the movie in a sense, and you must survive and know what's happening, so you can't look away. That's how it works. Without the alpha state, it's not so easy. You see, it's got some good articles in it. This particular one, and give a bit of reading for people. It's online here. It has the ID 2020, the real game plan in it too. And I'm sure folk will enjoy it. So I'll put the link up for those who want to have a peruse for it and look through it. It's good to read stuff because when you get dependent on being told, and even having the visual part too, you don't realize you've been distracted even with visual. If you can hear and remember, it's much better. But reading is even better than that. And I personally always, that's how I learned stuff at school too. I could actually see in my mind's eye, the print in my mind's eye, word for word. And so you definitely remember it much, much better. Also, depopulation, forced vaccination, the zero carbon solution, it says here. As Bill Gates said, the world has 6.8 billion people. That's headed up to about 9 billion. Now, if we do a really great job on the new vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services, we could lower that by perhaps 10 to 15%. You really want this guy to help you, don't you? Yeah, sure. It's got different articles in it which are worthwhile looking through. One is also with, I'm in there somewhere too, I think, so bits of me, as my site is. But I'll put it up anyway. It's the RA Sentinel, and it's issue 1, PDF, a revised one, and a renewed one, I should say, with issue 1. Because it's time now folk get back into even print, because your system is going to be taken away from you. I gave talks years ago of how in the Soviet Union folk literally would type up things on secretive typewriters because they could find out even who had the typewriter by the typesetting the whole thing. And they'd be very careful and hide them and pass them around. Just little articles that folk would print and pass around those who were interested in what was happening to get some resistance up against government policies and so on. And you could be put in prison forever, or say off to the gulags and killed, tortured, or whatever by utopic systems. That's what they do, you know, and socialist systems especially. And all systems are fascist anyway. I don't care how they start off or pretend they are. They end up being fascist very quickly. But yeah, they kill them, as I say, and if you don't go along with things. So with the internet being so incredibly well monitored, all our names, we're all so dissected, no doubt about it. And everything you think almost on the internet, you're going to have to start getting alternative systems, because they won't just give up. Don't ever believe the people who set up the internet gave you Zuckerberg and all the rest of them, and Google, by the way, and Alphabet. It's a massive intelligence operation. That's what it is. To manage the thoughts and moods and what everybody's doing, and eventually for arresting people who, as time goes on, and because you're going into a more totalitarian system. That's what sustainability is all about. The sustainable agenda is a socialistic form of technocracy to run it more efficiently on behalf of those who own the planet, or who've decided, like the Bill Gates, you know, these guys who really think they own the planet. And they have the right to do with the animals, which is all of us, as they wish. And so it's a post-democratic system, and you have to just accept that or fight it in one way or another. And the first thing they always do is to crush all dissent, all speech, communication of the ideas, all the rest of it. That's standard stuff under tyranny, and that's what's happening now. For those who haven't figured it out, it is happening now. I don't care who you are. I don't care if a person thinks they're from Mars with a cure for COVID. I don't mind them saying it. It doesn't bother me. So, and who should care? But the fact is that they're banning all kinds of people from saying things that must be said in a free society. You can't be free without speech being free. You can't be free, obviously. And so you're going through this system now, and the signs and symptoms of this system of tyranny. That's what you're looking at right now. And I hope you understand that. You've got to do something about it. And you all get your chances. You go along with it, and you get tighter and tighter chains as you go along with it. It's not going to loosen on you if you're going along with it. It's going to be tighter and tighter. And to comply with the next rule and the next rule and the next rule. Or you simply start to say no, as I say. You can't keep going into tyranny like this. The system they're bringing in is not living. It's a monitored prison existence of 1,000 rules that you must obey because you're owned. You're a number and you're owned. And that is not living. That's not what we come through centuries and centuries and centuries of history to do, is to go to this stage where we're back into slavery again. Remember that, folks. And it's up to you, each and every one of you. So I'll put these links up tonight, remember, at cuttingthroughthematrix.com, and go into the site, donate, and hopefully I'll be getting the books out shortly. They've been ordered because the printers have been closed, and I'll get it all done, and hopefully the post is going to start running a bit better. And we better start using this bit of freedom, because as I say, with this lack of herd immunity, but you only get it by getting exposed to it. And as I say, most folk have had it and they've got antibodies already, and they didn't even know it, right? So they've done their best to hold back herd immunity, and which will guarantee a spike, which they'll probably end up trying to close it in the spring. The longer they can carry this on, the harder it is to break out of it, and the more folk will literally adapt to it. They understand this. The psychologists know it. The behaviorists know it. And but if they can't hold us under it for this long, we won't go along with it again. You see, they know that too. It's a make or break time for freedom, and we've got to demand that the studies are done into the causes of this thing, and the causes of certain folk getting it worse than others, and definitely quite simple. What did the folk in the old folks' homes get that the public outside didn't? Or had perhaps less off, put it that way too, before this particular thing hit. There's going to be there's definitely something to this, definitely, and the healthcare workers as well. What did they all have? What did the healthcare, apart from working together with all their, what did the healthcare workers have in common with the folks in the old folks' homes? What did they have in common? It's not difficult to find out, folks, and it should definitely be either looked into under any scientific study. You've got to look at everything without poo-pooing it. And even if you do poo-poo, you should always look into it and test out to see if it's right or wrong or whatever, if there's a connection there or not. Obviously, that's only when you find out any truth about anything, by either ruling in or ruling out. But it's got to be done. And as I say, the horrific systems of disposing of people because they're old, disposing in these homes to massive businesses that are out for incredible profits, living parasitical businesses. I really do believe that the National Health Service in Britain was a great system at one time. But they started selling out, the government started selling off chunks of it to private corporations over the years, just like Canada did the same thing in Canada. British Columbia did it, and Ontario did it too, step by step, because the whole object was always to eventually completely privatize them all, folks, and have us all held to utter ransom and high. It's an incredibly profitable area, isn't it? But we've got to get back to human life having some value, and stop and get rid of all these bioethicists. Get rid of them, kick them out altogether. That have no place to do with human beings and life and death. No place at all. We've got to do our best to keep folk alive, as we used to always do, and to do our best for giving them the best kind of life they can with the healthcare you can possibly provide, the best healthcare. That's what life's about, not about profit. You can't put profits on human life. No way, no. Especially the stinking, awful profits that they do from big business and corporations and big pharma. Look after yourselves and don't panic completely. Right? Think for yourselves too. And try and get a break once in a while as well. You need a break. You can't live in a constant tension. But stand up for yourselves. Don't be afraid to stand up for yourselves and express your opinions, because they're trying to turn those who fall into line through panic and fear against the rest, like a little civil war on the go. Right? And you'll see that in the stores, I'm sure, when folks shout, don't stand there, you can't walk that way, you're wrong direction. Well, can't I reverse? No, you can't. No, I've got a reverse gear here. No, you can't do that. Smart guy, yeah. Stuff like that. But they're turning people against other people, and the ones who watch TV are the most freaked out. And everyone is actually seeing it in action. As I say, that they're admitting now the whole 6 feet farce is nothing but a computerized farce. Because if you can suddenly half it and the top says it's okay, 3 feet's just as good. There was no significant difference. Well, no significant difference means there is no difference. It's all baloney, folks. From myself, Alan Watt from Ontario, Canada, it's good night, and may your God or your gods go with you.